Good evening, a very warm welcome to Cali for day 4 of competition here. This is the medal standings after 12 of the 19 medals that are decided in the World Championships. Germany now leads the medal table, Australia up there as well, France in 3rd place right now. There's the rundown of the rest of the standings. Ireland down there in 9th place. Canada also got 1 medal, and the Netherlands at the bottom of the table still with 1 bronze. Hong Kong, China also with 1 bronze. So tonight we're going to see the women's points race decided. I wonder if that can be as thrilling as last night's points race for the men. The women's sprint, the men's Omnium, and they will be racing on this 250-metre track, which of course, if you've joined me over the last few days, is both indoors and outdoors. The temperature a little bit warmer than last night, 26.5 degrees. We haven't had any rain, which we've had for the last 2 afternoons. The humidity drops a little bit to 52%. So it should be an interesting evening of racing. Throughout the afternoon, the qualifying sessions, the flags have been pretty much fluttering very strongly. And that means that the racing has been quite tough. But today, as we get into evening time, the flags have dropped. This is the rundown then of the schedule. The women's sprint semi-finals will kick things off, and then we have the other various finals during the night. 1950 Cali time, which is in about an hour and a half's time. We will see that points race. The men's Omnium concludes at 21:05, and there's the run-through of the women's Omnium that we'll also see tonight. That's on day 1 of racing. Well, in the middle of the track, all these riders getting their last massages, just warming up on the rollers, getting focused for the competition of the night. And last night was an evening that will long be remembered in World Championship history. The roof pretty much came off this Cali velodrome. The fans went completely mental for Avia in that points race. Thoroughly well deserved, and a great evening of racing. So this evening then we see both the men and women in competition for these various medals. Thanks to all of you who have been tuning in to the coverage of the World Track Championships. 2 nights left to go. Still a lot of medals to be decided over those last 2 nights. There is Jess Varnish. She will figure shortly in the women's sprint competition. There's Ellis Litley just relaxing there, taking a drink out of her bottle. Earlier on, I know some of you have wanted updates on some of the riders who've been in crashes over the last couple of days. At lunchtime, we were sitting alongside Maximilian Levy, who was the rider, the German rider who had that big smash in the keirin with Jason Kenny. And he has taken a lot of skin off his right shoulder. But talking to him at lunchtime, unfortunately, broke his collarbone. He's had an operation. He's absolutely gutted that he can't win a medal. But it could have been an awful lot worse than a broken collarbone. So that's the update on him. Matthew Glazer, of the Australian rider, will actually see racing here this evening, who looks to have recovered from his crash a couple of nights ago. Well, this Colombian team have had a great World Championship so far. They also figure in some of the racing tonight. And before we get started, in the centre of the velodrome tonight is the president of the UCI, Brian Cookson, who's now had a chance to see the racing, and we'll hear from him now.
Mr. President, are you enjoying these World Championships?
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. There's a wonderful atmosphere here. The enthusiasm of the Colombian people is absolutely tremendous. We're seeing a really good level of organisation, and the teams are putting on some great performances as well.
Talking about the competition itself, any special events?
Well, the points race was pretty fantastic last night with the Colombian winning, and in fact every time a Colombian gets up on the track there's an enormous amount of noise here, so the enthusiasm is absolutely brilliant. But yeah, all the ones have been all the races have been great to see, some wonderful performances. It's a great venue.
So far 18 countries have grabbed a medal. This is quite unusual. Is it very good for the popularization of the sport?
Yeah, there's a really good spread of medals. I'm really pleased to see that, and it's good to have no one nation dominating, and it's good to see some of the newer nations and the younger nations really coming through very strongly now, and that's great to see.
And Colombia has performed quite well with 2 medals, 1 title, fantastic crowd. This is something also very interesting.
Yeah, it's always good to see home nations succeeding when you put on a World Championships. It gives everyone encouragement and enthusiasm. So I'm very, very pleased for the Colombians. I think they've done a great job with these championships, and it's great to see their riders returning that.
And this is also very interesting in terms of globalization of cycling.
Yeah, obviously cycling has been traditionally a European-based sport, and it's right and proper that we come around to other parts of the world with our World Championships. So I'm very, very pleased with the level of organisation here, very pleased with the amount of support from the crowds, and great to see so many performances from nations all around the world.
Thank you very much.
Brian Cookson reflecting then on the competition that has seen 18 different nations win medals. We're going to reflect now on the women's sprint quarterfinals before we get the semi-finals underway. And this was the ride of Kristina Vogel dismissing Stephanie Morton in the competition. Jess Varnish had a bit of a tumble in her competition with Rebecca James, but she was unfazed by that as she raced through to put herself into her place in the semi-finals tonight. Anna Mears, she went head-to-head to try and beat Zhong Tianshi. It didn't really happen for her last night. And then we saw the competition between Junhong and Weite Li, and this was the run into the finish. And Junhong dismissed the rider from Hong Kong, China. So that leaves things looking like this as we head in to the semi-final competition. We're going to see, first of all, the semi-final between Kristina Vogel and Junhong. 3 races, of course. They're drawing lots for the first of them. And they're going to get on the track. I must share with you, if you haven't seen it already, a quote from Anna Mears last night, the sign of a true champion. And she actually wrote on Twitter, some days you get beaten, you just have to make sure you're not defeated. The attitude of a class act from Australia, Anna Mears, as she reflected last night on her hopes and dreams of winning a sprint gold medal, having won the Olympic Games, being dismissed by the competition here. But she'll be back, she'll be fighting, she'll be back in this velodrome again. And we look forward to seeing Anna Mears racing up here on the velodrome again. So let's turn our attention then to Kristina Vogel. Silver medalist in 2013. She's already won the team sprint gold with the Miram Welte. She said to me a couple of days ago, I know I've mentioned it already, that all her focus is on the women's sprint. Going head-to-head now against Junhong, the silver medalist in the team sprint already. She beat Li Weite in the quarterfinals. Now, has Vogel got enough to beat this Chinese rider, who has looked like she's on sparkling form, a new rider to the scene? Tactically, Kristina Vogel is excellent. Junhong, an unknown quantity really for Kristina Vogel in sprint competition. So she's really got to work this one out. How does she beat her? Sprints, of course, 3 rounds if required. It's the best of 3 sprints in the semi-finals. last year, the medalists were Rebecca James of Great Britain, the gold medalist and the world champion. Kristina Vogel in second place. Lee Welte in third place. Vogel makes her way up to the top of the track. A little bit of manoeuvring going on. Remember, it's all about using the banking for the momentum, using the element of surprise. Vogel's trying to just wind the pace up a little bit. She's a short, punchy sprinter. Junhong, a little bit taller, as now they hit the bell. It'll be the first rider to dive inside that red line, the sprinter's line, who will take the line through the corners, and Junhong has left it a little bit late there. She actually wavered a little bit. Did she come out of the sprinter's line? I'm not entirely sure, but she's not going to get anywhere close to Kristina Vogel. Vogel hits the line, 11.381, 63.263 kilometers an hour. And Kristina Vogel made that look relatively easy. She just turned the burners on, went round the outside. The cadence was very high. It's total focus from the German. 1-0 Germany against China. The strap's been done up on the shoes of Jessica Varnish of Great Britain. The other Chinese rider there, Tianshi, silver medalist also in the team sprint with her teammate we've just seen just now. Tianshi is actually, in terms of figure, quite similar to Jess Varnish, very thin rider, very focused indeed. Looking across at Varnish, staring into each other's eyes if that's at all possible. Varnish wearing the full visor here. Tianshi choosing, interestingly, to just wear a normal helmet. None of the aerodynamic advantage that you get with these full enclosed helmets with the little teardrop on the back. Varnish yesterday used her expertise and knowledge to beat her teammate. Rebecca James was the defending champion. She was dismissed by Varnish. Had a little message from her dad overnight. I mentioned him yesterday. I think he's with a group of riders in Mallorca right now, and they are watching every little bit of action of Jess, who had that terrible back injury, has fought her way back. I know they'll all be on the edge of their seats watching, hoping that Jess Varnish can win her way through the final of the women's sprint. She's coached in the centre of the track by Jan van Eyden, the German rider, former German rider, who has coached the likes of Victoria Pendleton to World Championship wins. Pendleton, of course, dominated the women's sprint for many, many years. She won the titles from 2007 through to 2010. Pendleton winning Olympic gold and then finishing off with the silver to Anna Mears in London 2012. Varnish just kicking the front wheel a little bit across, just to give Tianshi a little warning. She's going to keep her high up on the banking here. And the bell goes. Tianshi is going to come across the front here, but Varnish will get into the slipstream. This rider from China likes to go from a long way out. Varnish is going to have to work really hard now to get on the wheel. She is going to try and come past. Is it going to be close? Oh, I still think the Chinese rider got it. Tianshi went from a long, long way out. She's extremely quick. You've got to be right on the wheel of her to try and go past. Varnish almost there. I don't think she made it. So Tianshi goes 1-0 up. It was a half a wheel between them at the finish line. Thrilling competition then. That one is going to be very, very close, I think. Varnish will go into the track centre and she'll try and work out how she can possibly beat the Chinese rider. She's got so much pace. No sooner have we finished that then than we're going to turn our attention to the men's sprint quarter-finals. Best of three. And interest from a number of different nations. So if you're a fan of France, Great Britain, Germany, the Netherlands, Australia or Russia, now's your moment. We're going to bring you the 4 quarter-finals. The riders then getting themselves focused in the centre of this track. They will draw lots. You can see those on the board on the right-hand side there. And that's drawing the position for the riders. The rider who draws the inside line has to lead off. Now, I was asked some questions on Twitter over the last 24 hours. Can you please tell me the size of gears that these riders will be riding in the sprints? So those of you who have the equivalent of gears on your bike that you know the size in inches, I'll give you a bit of an idea. Jason Kenny would be riding somewhere around about 108-inch gear, and a more powerful rider in qualification could be riding anything up to a 120-inch gear. Now, for those of you who don't know an awful lot about racing, we're looking there at the chainring on the front. And the gearing is worked out by a combination of the size, the number of teeth on the front chainring, and the little sprocket, the small little ring on the back, how many teeth are on that. And there is a gear chart that the riders work out and see what size gear they want to ride. So someone who's going to ride 108-inch gear will be maybe riding a 52 front chainring. Maybe a 12 sprocket on the back. And someone who's a little bit more powerful in the qualification will be on a huge gear, something like a 54, something along the lines of a 54-12 or a 54-11. So those are little technical aspects of the gearing choices that these riders will be using. And if you're on a normal road bike and you want to go out and try and see how big this gear is, then put it on your big ring on the front, put it on your smallest sprocket on the back, your 12 sprocket. Normal bikes come with a 53 or a 52 tooth chainring on the front, and then try and turn the gear over from a standing start. That'll give you an idea of how powerful these sprinters are. A sprinter in the Tour de France, someone like Mark Cavendish, will be riding a 53.11 on a finishing sprint if it's a long, flat, straight sprint into the line with no headwind. So that gives you the combinations, the ideas of what these riders are riding. Right, Kenny on the front, racing here against Francois Purvis of France. Purvis is the gold medalist twice already in these championships. His morale is at an all-time high. He won the keirin the other night. The kilometre, he's the bronze medalist here in 2013. The medals taken by Stefan Boticher of Germany and Dmitriev of Russia. Kenny is twice a silver medalist in this title, and also a keirin world champion in 2013. And Kenny's decided to try and go from a long way out. As he looks around at Purvis, so I don't know, that might be a little bit of a mistake, because Purvis is right now the fastest kilometre rider in the world. Kenny is going to try and race him, shoulder to shoulder. Purvis trying to go past. He has pure speed. The Frenchman in 10.391, 69.290 kilometres an hour from Purvis. Well, Kenny's going to have to go back and try and work his tactics out yet again. He's had a really difficult run through to this final. He was dismissed earlier on. He had to go back through the repechage. But now he's up against the fastest man in the competition over the last few days. 1-0 to the Frenchman. As we wait for these two riders to get on the track, don't forget you can join me on Twitter @AntMcCrossan. Be nice to hear from you. Try and answer some of your questions over the last few days. I think we're getting there on most of them. And thanks to all of you who've sent messages in to say thanks for the coverage. The next of our quarter-finals. This is an interesting one because this man is making his way onto the track in the colours of Germany. Is Stefan Botticher. He was the gold medalist last year. So far, he's done everything right to get through to this. And alongside him is Jeffrey Hoogland of the Netherlands, who's looked pretty impressive so far in the sprint competition. So both riders right at the top of the track. Tactics from the sprinters are worked out by them and their coaches. And sometimes a coach will move a rider who's on the inside line all the way to the top of the track, just to give his opponent a little bit of a needle. Just playing the mind game straight away. Botticher keeping his head turned round, chin on the shoulder, just to keep an eye on Jeffrey Hoogland in the colours of the Netherlands there. So the winners of each of these heats will qualify for the semi-finals. And we will see this competition decided tomorrow night, the final evening here in Cali. Botticher just moving around a little bit now on the track, starting to get a little bit of momentum. At lunchtime, we were all outside in the velodrome, and the German camp, entire German camp, came to the lunch. Whoa, look at this, they're jumping all over the place. You've got to keep the bike going forward as Botticher manoeuvres Jeffrey Hoogland into the front. And Hoogland doesn't really want to go there. Lovely skills, magnificent technical ability on the bike, being able to do this. In order to keep your standstills like this, you have to keep the strain on the chain. Well, the judges have said that this competition is not going how they like it. And they're going to have a restart now. Now, the reason for that may be, once we see the replay, that one of these riders went backwards. Yep, there we go. Jeffrey Hoogland went backwards. You are not allowed to go backwards at all in a sprint. You have to keep the momentum of the bike going forwards or completely stood still. So they will be called back to the start. Hoogland may well get a warning here. You notice the sprinters have the long gloves on, just in case of any problems at all, any major crashes. Lots of messages of support coming over to me on Twitter from those of you who are watching. For some of the riders out on the track, I know all the riders in the centre of the track here, they go back to their hotels, they re-watch the clips of the racing. They've got Wi-Fi in the track centre, so they're on their phones, and it does get through to them. And it really encourages these riders to know that there are fans sitting, watching them, giving them a support, no matter what time zone people are in. We've restarted then. Jeffrey Hoogland in the orange. And Stefan Boticher of Germany, the gold medalist. Nice to hear from Nicola Cranmer this evening, the team manager of the pro team that looks after Sarah Hammer. Sarah Hammer is going very well in the women's Omnium. We'll see her later on this evening. This time, no standstills as Hoogland is in the front. Because he was the rider who had the infringement, he has to lead off, and Boticher is quite happy with that. He's the man in the white, the German rider, Hoogland in the orange. As they get the bell, a very fast pace now. Oh, Boticher dives down inside. That was a fantastic manoeuvre. He is inside the sprinter's line, and the first rider inside the sprinter's line means the other rider has to go round the outside. Boticher, with nerves of steel, he goes 1-0 up in this competition. That was a thrilling way to win the sprint. Watch this, he goes right on the inside. Hoogland left the door open, and then it was all over. That moment of, do I go through the gap, do I not? That is the difference between a world champion and a rider who's trying to get there. Boticher, the defending champion, is looking like he's right on form. Third of our quarter-finals, and I know there are many Australians watching, and here we go, they are head-to-head in this one. You are sometimes asked, why do they put country against country? It's purely down to the qualifications and then how they find their way through the rounds. Done randomly based on, well, it's done on a formula based on where you finish in qualification, so that's why the two Australians are head-to-head. Great to see Matthew Glaetzer in competition here. Remember a couple of nights ago, he was the rider, and there he is, who had that crash, and he had 3 people, you can see the bandages on his knees. He had 3 people pulling splinters out of his backside. Such was the number that he had. Shane Perkins then from Victoria in his 8th World Championship. Which of these Australians is going to go through to the semi-finals? Glaetzer at the front. If you're trying to pick them out, just look for the bandages on the knees that Glaetzer has. He's still at the front. Perkins goes to the top of the track. Glaetzer still leading. Perkins looking to try and come through if he possibly can. And still Matthew Glaetzer leads. Is he going to manage to beat Perkins? Perkins goes round the outside to try and beat him. Oh, very close on the line. 10-3-5-2. But I still think it was Glaetzer who got that. He did. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a photograph, but we'll see. Glaetzer throwing his bike at the line. Perkins almost there. Did he get it? Here we are, there's the answer. Yes, he did. One 0 up for Glaetzer. Perkins really trying to go round the outside to beat Glaetzer, but it just didn't happen. The 4th of our quarter-finals then. Denis Dmitriev, the Russian rider, the silver medalist in 2013, concentrating on getting the straps done up on his shoes. He's going up against the 20-year-old from Germany, Max Niederleg. This German is a European team sprint champion. He was a junior world champion in the team sprint as well. He's the up-and-coming youngster in the German squad. Dmitriev, very experienced, silver medalist in 2013. Dmitriev so far has been looking very strong in qualification. So this is run number 1 of this heat. Last year it was Botica, Dmitriev and Purvis who took the medals. We go back in history of the winners of this competition. And of course, Gregory Boget dominated this for a while. He had a misdemeanor in 2011 and was banned, so Jason Kenny was given his title. Kenny has been twice a silver medalist. Chris Hoy has also been a medalist in this, so is Kevin Suro. Wang of Malaysia was the silver medalist in 2009. We've seen him in competition over the last few days. This is our 4th of our quarterfinals, run number 1 if you're just joining us now. Denis Dmitriev in the blue, white and red of Russia. Max Niederleg looking to try and put the Germans in a strong position, with Botica already riding well. 1 lap to go. Dmitriev starting to wind the pace up. The sprinter's line is the red line around the track. If you dive inside it in the final lap, you have to go there. And so Dmitriev wandered a little bit. Now he's inside and he's heading towards the line. He has the pressure and he has the pace. He takes run number 1, Denis Dmitriev, 1-0 up against Max Niederleg. There they go, round the final couple of turns into the home straight. So far then, Francois Purvis of France, Stefan Botica of Germany, Matthew Gleitzer of Australia and Denis Dmitriev are the riders who are 1-0 up in the competition here in the men's sprint. And having given them a little bit of a rest to recover after their earlier efforts, we are turning our attention back again to the women's sprint, the semi-finals. Kristina Vogel is 1-0 up against Lin Junhong of China. Best of 3 rides, and if she can win this contest here, Kristina Vogel will go through to the final of the women's sprint. Vogel taking a long time there to make sure the feet are strapped in properly. Lin Junhong, who dismissed Li Weite. Remember, Li Weite is a really strong competitor. So this rider has got an incredible amount of talent. Silver medalist in the team sprint already. But Kristina Vogel is all together. A bundle of energy, real focus. She's seen Miram Welte win 2 gold medals. She wants 2 as well. Both riders choosing the disc wheels on the back as normal. Gives them both a nice stiff back wheel, but also gives them a little bit of a flywheel effect and aerodynamics. For manoeuvrability, they choose the carbon fibre bladed spoke on the front. Vogel just turning the pedals over. She has got the tactical awareness and astuteness to win this one. She has been around the circuit for an awful lot longer than Junhong. It's interesting that Vogel rides a totally different bike to most of the German squad in the sprints. They tend to ride the black specially designed bikes, but she has her own machine here. And she kicks the back wheel up. She does not want to lead this race. Look at that. Great big bit of bunny hopping in the back wheel. Bearing in mind, these bankings are around about 12%. It's not easy to do this. And Vogel, perfectly executed, manages to put the Chinese rider into the lead, who almost comes a cropper there. Vogel is playing the mind games. Now she's going up the track. She's going to use the 42-degree banking at the top to get some momentum. Now she goes to the front yet again and says, already psyched you out a little bit, now I'm just going to beat you. And she looks around, she's going to keep high on the track. Then she'll shut the door when she's ready, and she does. She goes inside the red sprinter's line. She's not even at full pace. So now she accelerates. She's making Junhong's legs hurt. And round the outside, into the finishing straight, pushing it, but she does it, and she does it with relative ease. 2-0 to Kristina Vogel. Here's the replay, which I don't think she was even at full pace here. She made Junhong have to accelerate off a slow pace. And that plays into the hands of Vogel, and she wins by half a wheel. 2-0 into the final goes Kristina Vogel. The dream is almost there. Second of our semi-finals then sees Zhong Tianshi of China in the red as the rider who is 1-0 up. She also has a warning against her for one of the previous rides, so she's got to be a little bit careful. Jess Varnish, the British rider. Varnish has to win this one to take it to a decider. Again, as we pick out the aerodynamics of these skin suits, a little bit of the golf ball effect on the skin suit of Zhong Tianshi. Alongside me in the commentary box right now is Chris Boardman, commentating for one of the British channels, and he was responsible in the lead-up to London 2012 for the design of the skin suits and everything, the bikes that Jess Varnish is riding, looking for any aerodynamic advantage that is possible. Varnish using these very narrow bars that turn in. I was talking to Johnny Dibben yesterday, the British rider from Southampton. He's got very narrow bars on as well. He was telling me just how aerodynamic they are compared to normal bars, the width bars you see the Chinese rider using, because they're right in on your knee line and they cut through the air really nicely. 1 lap to go. So Zhong Tianshi leads off. Varnish has got an awful lot to do here. The Chinese rider's looking strong. She really has got some pace in those legs. Varnish is going to challenge her and heading to the line. Oh, that's so close on the line. 11.333. I think the Chinese rider may well have just edged it. Varnish left it very, very late. Went round the outside, elbow to elbow, through the bike at the line, but I think she just ran out of track. Oh, I don't know though. Look at this. Well, see a photograph between these two riders. Who took it? If Zhong Tianshi takes it, she will go through to the ride-off for the gold. If Jess Varnish takes it, then she would go to a decider. But the answer is Zhong Tianshi has taken it 2-0. Varnish will now ride for the bronze medal against the other Chinese rider, Junhong. So it's Vogel against Zhong Tianshi in the final of the women's sprints. That's how close it was, the width of a tyre. So we're going to get ready to bring you a roundup of the men's Omnium from earlier today. It reaches its conclusion later on. It's been an interesting competition so far. This is the pursuit that we saw earlier on today. Here on the track we have Casper van Volsack, who was setting a very good pace out on the track through the 2,000 meter point and finishing in 4:25.107. Performance from van Volsack. The Colombian rider here, Juan Arango, setting a great pace through 2,000 meters in 2:14. Catching the rider who was on the other side of the track and delighting the crowd again in 4:25.669. Now the man who looks to be a little bit of a danger to win the World Championship is the New Zealander Aaron Gate, riding against Tim Velt here, the Dutch rider. Aaron Gate racing through to set the fastest time for New Zealand, 4:23.698. So Aaron Gate won the individual pursuit, and that leaves the standings looking like this. Viktor Manikov is the leader of the men's Omnium from Russia, ahead of Thomas Boudat of France. Aaron Gate now into third place. Just 3 points between Aaron Gate and the overall lead right now. So we turn our attention to the scratch race. And the scratch race is, of course, all about just winning the race. The first rider across the line will be the winner. So the riders in the Omnium lined up ready for racing. For 60 laps of the track in the scratch race. And we'll pick the riders out for you so you can see who is racing. 17 riders in the Omnium, the gunfires, and they are now underway. So nothing more complicated than the first rider who crosses the line at the end is the overall winner. Aaron Gate up there in the black goes to the top of the track. And it's now the Spanish rider who goes to the front. Omnium competition, though, just to remind you, is about the 6 different events: the flying lap, the points race, the elimination race, the individual pursuit. This is the 5th event out of 6. We finished tonight with the time trial, and the points are given for the ranking that you finish in. So if you finish first, you are given 1 point, second 2, third 3. You get the idea. The rider who scores the least number of points at the end of the competition is the world champion. So right now, Manikov of Russia is the leader of the competition. He has been riding very well so far. He finished 6th in the flying lap, 6th in the points race, 3rd in the elimination, 4th in the individual pursuit. So he hasn't had the peaks and troughs of performance. He has had good consistency so far. He is equal on points with Boudat, but on countback, Boudat of France is in 2nd place. And Aaron Gate of New Zealand is in 3rd. Tim Velt of the Netherlands in 4th. Marango of Colombia in 5th. Von Folsack of Denmark in 6th place. But anything can happen over the last couple of races that we're going to see during tonight's racing. 55 laps to go. On the front of the race is the American rider, Jacob During, who comes from Irvine in South California. And now the attack of the Italian rider, that is Castanago, who's going on the attack at the front in the Azzurri blue of Italy. And Aaron Gate is keen to keep the momentum going, as we then see the Australian rider getting involved in the action. So Luke Davidson, who's already a gold medalist, as we remember, in the team pursuit from the other night. He was brought into the final. They swapped out one of the riders. 52 laps of racing left in the scratch race. And now we see the attack at the front from number 22, the Japanese rider, getting involved in the action. That's Hashimoto. Rode the Saitama Criterium, actually, that I commentated on over in Japan, which was the first ever time that the Tour de France had taken an event called the Tour de France to Japan. It was an absolutely incredible event. You might wonder why they took all the riders over there. And to be honest, when I was asked to go and commentate over there with the Tour de France, I wondered why we were going all the way to Japan. And then when I got there, I realised why. Cycling in Japan is absolutely huge. We were in Saitama, we were welcomed just with open arms. It was a fantastic weekend of racing. And we took the likes of Chris Froome, Rui Costa, many other of the top pros, including Peter Sagan, over to Saitama, and they raced against the Japanese squads. And Hashimoto took part in that criterium. There was no room around a 2.5 kilometre circuit. The crowds were about 10 deep, and they had to barrier off the inside of the hotel so the riders could get to the lifts, such with a number of fans who were looking for autographs. It was absolutely incredible. So 2 riders now on the attack, 47 laps of racing left to go. And it is the Swiss rider, Olivier Beer, who is on the attack. He's already had a 5th place in the flying lap. Then he dropped down to 11th place in the points race and the elimination, 8th place in the individual pursuit. These 2 riders are just trying to stay away, but I don't think it's going to happen. 44 laps to go. Hashimoto maintaining the pace at the front. Olivier Beer just working through, sharing the pace-making on the front of the peloton as well. There's no real panic. All these riders know the most important thing is to finish high up at the end of the scratch race. And the likes of Manikov, Boudat and Aaron Gate in particular will be the riders who need to be very, very vigilant here. You lose a couple of places in the scratch race and your hopes of winning the gold medal can all completely disappear. Jacob During in here from the United States. He had that crash yesterday, but he tweeted last night to say he was okay. Actually, I know and met his dad a few years ago, Bill During, who works for the Felt Bicycle Company, as we see the acceleration now of the Australian. Luke Davidson, the gold medalist in the team pursuit, making his way off the front, trying to inject a little bit of pace now into the front of the race, and right on cue. Well done, Jacob. He goes on the attack for the United States. Constant movement, isn't there? Down at the bottom of the track, riders just trying their hands. Casper van Volsack, the Danish rider, in the red and white, silver medalist in the team pursuit. Aaron Gate doing a fair amount of work here, but he is the defending champion of the Omnium. He won it last year in Minsk in Belarus. The Russian rider goes to the front, the Frenchman Boudat, talented young bike rider, only 19 years of age is the Frenchman. 38 laps left to go. Don't go away. If you're trying to think about making a cup of coffee, or if you prefer a cup of tea, you have just about enough time to run and get the coffee machine on or boil the kettle, but don't take your eyes off the screen. If you're watching on your laptop as well, take it with you. Swiss rider on the front now. And Luke Davidson looking pretty vigilant here. He wants to get involved in the action tonight. He's 13th. He had a great flying lap. He was third. Then the points race didn't go well. 18th in that, 16th in the elimination, 9th in the individual pursuit. So he's got a long way down on the classification. Aaron Gate again going to the front, just keeping himself out of trouble. Don't forget, if you take a lap in the scratch race, then you would be the winner. Keirin swinging up, the Belarusian in the green, white and red. There we are at the top of the track is Raman Shishku. And the Dutch rider Tim Velt, third in this Omnium competition in 2009 in the orange, goes to the top of the track. I was asked a couple of times on Twitter yesterday, the size of gears, what would they be riding in a race like this? So I went and chatted to the British mechanics this time and asked them what sort of gearing they'd be riding. And the mechanic from Britain, Ernie, he's been at many World Championships, just said, look, give you an idea, Chris Newton, who's the coach of Laura Trott and the British team pursuit team, when he won the World Championships in the a few years ago, he was on a 94-inch gear. But you have to choose the gear accordingly to the track, and because of the wind in this velodrome as well, according to the conditions. And as the Omnium goes on, you get more and more tired. 31 laps to go. Spanish rider at the front wearing number 13 there is El Aragia, who was 5th in the Trophy at Alcudia on the road. That is a season opener down in Mallorca, part of the Challenge Mallorca of quite often, which has just happened actually. And many of the pro teams down in Mallorca for the start of the season, so they have the Trofeo on. And El Aragia using the wheel of the Russian to just get a little bit of momentum, goes up to the top of the track and swings down. And that is how to use the banking to try and get away. Ed Clancy of Great Britain, a little glimpse at him. He's had an interesting series so far. Won the flying lap, 13th, 8th in the elimination, and I think he'll be a bit disappointed with his individual pursuit. He was 11th, but I think Ed Clancy's got pretty sore legs at the moment. He is 7th overall, but he's dropped more points than he would like to. He was the Omnium World Champion in 2010. Front of the race then, still this man in red and yellow with the nicely matching lime green helmet. El Arriaga of Spain, looking to try and take a lap. 26 laps to go. Well, he's covering some some laps relatively quickly. And now we see the counter-attack. Luke Davidson has decided if he can add a little bit of firepower to this attack, then you never know, it might happen. They could stay away. 23 laps to go for the Spanish rider. Arms rested on the front of the bars there, just trying to off his back, which will be a little bit sore with the pressure that has been on here. Luke Davidson swoops down the banking, the little power meter box on the back of the saddle, recording the data that he's putting through the cranks. The coaches will be able to tell whether riders are getting tired, if their wattage, their power starts to drop off. Well, this rider's been out on his own for a fair amount of time, and no one's managed to get a yet. And he may well, you know, be getting more sure of taking a lap on the rest of the field with 21 laps to go. He's almost half a lap up, and now he is half a lap up, so if the momentum goes out of the peloton, then the Spanish rider who's wearing number 13 could get across. Casper van Volsack of Denmark in the red and white is trying to keep the momentum going, so that he doesn't let this rider get back on, so he makes a big move at the front. We're inside the last 20 of this scratch race, if you're just joining us now. The tongue is coming out now. It's the Euro car riders who tend to ride with their tongues out, isn't it? Casper van Volsack, his head going all over the place. He's under a little bit of pressure. Meanwhile, the Spaniard is now still ahead. 17 laps to go. This has been a big, big effort on his own, but he's still there. And now the Colombian goes. You can tell immediately when there's an attack of a Colombian rider. Suddenly the noise level in this velodrome goes absolutely through the roof. This is Juan Esteban Arango. He rides for the Colombia team. He's won the Omnium in the World Cup in London, and he's also the Pan Am Omnium champion. And suddenly he catches the Spaniard, and with 16 laps to go, the volume has gone through the roof. 15 laps to go. Well, he's now caught. The Belarusian goes to the front. Aaron Gate uses that for a big attack. The Belarusian sneaks in on the wheel. So Aaron Gate in the black of New Zealand. I know there's many New Zealanders watching this racing and enjoying it, and thanks for your messages. I think motivated by the performance of Scully and the likes. That new velodrome you're going to have down in Cambridge in New Zealand is going to be a stunning facility for the future of New Zealand cycling. 14 laps to go, and it's what we call piano now. It's calmed down. Everything is more relaxed. Group of 4 riders having to work hard to get back on, and as they do, he's going again. Arango on the attack now. He's 5th overall, you know. He's got a good chance of getting another medal for Colombia. He's a teammate of Avia on the road from last night. Avia, of course, rode the Giro d'Italia. And Arango now is looking to try and capitalise on the amount of people in this velodrome who are cheering on the Colombians. It's pretty much full in here tonight. 7,000 seats in Cali. If you compare that to other velodromes around the world, Manchester has about 4. London 2012 had 6. That's why it's so loud in here. Right, now Manikov of Russia, Boudat of France. You haven't really seen Boudat put his nose in the wind at all. He has been sitting in the wheels, surfing his way around this velodrome. Boudat is a very clever 19-year-old bike rider. He's already finished 7th in the World Championships on the road as a junior. So it looks like it's all going to come down to a sprint. And if it does come down to a sprint, someone who's been very quiet in here has been Ed Clancy of Great Britain. And not because I come from Great Britain. Ed Clancy is a very, very fast sprinter. I would say that if he got this right, then no one will touch him. 7 laps to go. Davison leads for Australia. Following him is Aaron Gate. Goudat now gets into the right wheel in 3rd place. Also in there is the rider from Mexico. That's Jose Aguirre. Well, they're sweeping up and down the track. Luke Davidson has put himself somewhere he doesn't want to be. On the front, Aaron Gate is going to use his wheel, use the slipstream. If you haven't seen bike racing too much before, you can save a lot of energy, a lot of power by sitting on the wheel of the rider in front. There is the Colombian, Juan Arango. 4 laps to go. Feel a little bit of tension in here, as there's not much room on the track. It's about 7 meters wide, and if you have got riders shoulder to shoulder, well, on cue, Clancy goes to the front. Tim Velt is also there. He's a good sprinter. Casper van Volsack is there. Clancy looks around to see Van Volsack on his shoulder, and the Ukrainian has to go down onto the Côte d'Azur to stay out of trouble. Clancy hits the front. He's a professional rider for the Rafa Condor JLT team in Great Britain. Aaron Gate goes round the outside. 2 laps of racing to go. Clancy didn't want to hit the front this early, but he is going to do it. He's just holding them off on his shoulder. Manakov is going round the outside, the Russian rider. 1 lap to go. Clancy hits the front now. Goudat is right on his wheel. Who's going to take this? Clancy turns on the gas. Full gas down the back straight. Goudat is desperately trying to stay with him, but Clancy looks like he's going to take his second one of the night. Clancy takes the sprint. Goudat in second. Tim Velt in 3rd, and that was a magnificent performance from the British rider Clancy, who has lost some points in 2 of the competitions during this round. He's the Omnium champion of 2010. Clancy made that one look very simple. There was a crash at the back actually, and I think the Belarusian hit the deck. It was almost a bike length. Goudat again consistent. Velt was up there, so that's going to shift the standings around after the racing there. We're still waiting for confirmation of the classification. In fact, I think it might have been the Japanese rider who hit the deck. Yes, it was. Oh, he slid a long way. He's going to have a little bit of wood in that body. He's going to have splinters all over his chest. That is not going to be pleasant tonight. So Casper van Volsack is still on his line. The Japanese rider Hashimoto, a little bit all over the place. A very good performance there by Ed Clancy to take the scratch race ahead of Goudat. Velt in 3rd, Kreminski of the Ukraine in 4th, Rybin of the Czech Republic in 5th, Manakov down in 6th, so that is a problem for him, which means that Goudat will be the leader of this Omnium. And he is after 5 rounds. Goudat will lead, Manakov will be 2nd, Velt will be 3rd, Aaron Gate will be in 4th place. Clancy moves up into 6th, but he's got a long, long way to go to try and get a medal. I think a medal is out of reach, but he's had 2 wins in the 5 competitions. He really let himself down in the elimination race, finishing 8th. And Hashimoto needs a new skin suit. There's the standings then. Goudat is the leader, and there's the rundown of the rest of the riders. In the Omnium, only 1 event left to go, and that will come up later on this evening. So earlier on we saw the first of our quarter-finals. Budak is smiling. This 19-year-old could be about to win a world title. Earlier on then we saw the men's sprint, the quarter-finals. We're going to cast our attention back to that now, and we are going to see the second run of these heats. Thanks for all your messages. @McCrossan is my Twitter feed. That's a way you can get hold of me wherever you're watching. And I do try now and then to throw in some of your mentions and your questions as we go through the night. First two riders in the sprint competition getting themselves ready for action. Francois Purvis of France and Jason Kenny, the former world keirin champion. These two riders getting up on the track. Purvis leads after the first sprint, so Kenny has to win this one to take it to a decider. Jason Kenny has made very hard work of this round of sprints so far. Can he now beat Francois Purvis and put himself through to ride for one more run and try and get through to the semi-finals? But how do you beat a man whose morale is on another planet right now? He's won 2 gold medals. He's already backed up his kilometre time trial. He's the world record holder now of 56.303 in the kilometre set in Aguascalientes. He's on the form of his life. And Kenny just needs to find a way to just nudge in front of the Frenchman. Purvis, such a popular rider with the crowd. He's got a great smile. He's so chilled out, and everyone likes to talk to him. He speaks perfect English, great French, of course, being a Frenchman, but he will always try and talk to everybody. Kenny, a quiet individual. The boyfriend of Laura Trott. An Olympic champion and a world champion in his own right. And now he's got to find a way to beat Francois Purvis. So Purvis decides, and really if you're going to let Purvis lead and you're going to let him accelerate, then the chances of you beating him are pretty much remote. But Kenny is an incredibly fast bike rider. He's got to get himself in the slipstream. Purvis now just holding off the Brit, just almost toying with the pace as he dives down onto the sprinter's line. Now he's going to accelerate. Kenny gives it a real charge around the outside. Has he got the momentum? Oh, 10.144. Look at the speed. 70.977 kilometers an hour, and the Frenchman makes his way into the semi-finals. 2-0 to Purvis. Jason Kenny will finish nowhere higher than 5th place this time in the World Championships. Well, a sporting gesture there. They actually raced together a lot during the winter. Purvis is a rider who comes over to Britain a lot. He rides the Revolution series on the track. I think he's ridden pretty much every round. His form has been truly magical this year. The second of our quarter-finals. We are looking here at the wheels of the Dutch rider Jeffrey Hoogland. Botticher leads with that first ride. The defending champion will look to try and save as much energy as possible. He was sitting on the next table to us at lunchtime. We were trying to see what he had for lunch, just to give us a bit of an idea of how you get this powerful on a bike. Those of you who want to know, he had rice, a bit of barbecued fish. Looked very relaxed in the sunshine here in Cali while signing a lot of autographs. Hoogland has to lead off. And Botticher. I had a close look at these bikes that these guys ride. They are truly beautiful, actually. When you look at them, they have got a very, very deep bottom bracket to make them incredibly stiff. Got a shaped one-piece carbon fibre bar that goes all the way around and fits onto the fork crown there. Choosing to ride the carbon fibre spoked front wheel and the disc wheel in the back. His teammate Robert Forsterman, him of the thighs, was dismissed earlier on in the repechage by Jason Kenny. It was a close call. Kenny just emerging out of the pack of riders to beat Forsterman to the line. Botticher then 1-0 up in the sprint competition here against Hoogland. Hoogland constantly glancing around. Goes up the track a little bit. Botticher has to manoeuvre up, but that's just going to help him with a little bit. Oh, look at that. A nice swooping attempt to go on the sprinter's line, but Botticher decides to go back up to the top of the banking. Now he'll accelerate down it. He'll come back onto the wheel of Hoogland. Hoogland out the saddle now to just try and get a little bit more momentum. Botticher goes around the top. He's got the speed. He makes that look very simple. 2-0 to the German. Here's a replay. Botticher working hard. Once he had the speed, round turn 4 into the finishing straight, there was never any doubt as to what was going to happen. Confirmation. 2-0 to Botticher. He is through to the semis. The all-Australian affair next. Matthew Gleitzer. Gleitzer at the top of the track there. Shane Perkins. A 9.94 personal best for 200 metres has Shane Perkins. Always difficult for the coaching staff at this moment when they have two riders going head-to-head who they're used to coaching to try and beat the rest of the opposition. What do you tell them and what do you say? I think back to Jason Kenny against Chris Hoy in the Olympic Games, and they were up against each other, and the coach has basically said, you do what you decide to do. We're not going to get involved now. We've coached you to this point, and now it's up to you to win the medal. Matthew Gleitzer in second place here. Shane Perkins on the front. Gleitzer leads 1-0. So no matter what happens, Australia will be represented in the semi-finals. But which rider is going to do it? Perkins has to win this one to make sure he takes it to a decider. Now the acceleration happens. Gleitzer up at the top of the track. Perkins on the bottom. He gives him a little bit of a nudge there. that Glaetzer has got the momentum. He really is working that bike hard. Perkins holding a great line round the bottom of the track there. Who's going to get it? Oh, right on the line. I don't know. 69.592 was the average speed. It is a photograph between these two riders. Glaetzer really kicking that bike on. Perkins looked like he had it. Then Glaetzer comes through, and does he get it? It looks to me like he did. In which case it would be 2-0. We'll get confirmation, and it is 2-0 to Glaetzer, who a couple of nights ago was sitting pulling splinters out of himself after that crash. He's recovered. That shows the spirit of a rider who wants to win a world title. Glaetzer will go through to the semi-finals. Perkins will ride for the 5th to 8th place. About a quarter of a wheel by my reckoning there between the two riders. Glaetzer just had the momentum coming round that top bit of the banking out of turn 4. You can use it by a little bit of a slingshot. There's real compression in that banking. As you come out of it, you get thrown up a little bit, but if you ride it right, then you can use a bit of speed coming out of it. The final of our run of quarter-finals then. Had a few messages from a few of you who actually come from Cali and are enjoying watching your hometown. I have to admit, I've absolutely loved being here over the last few days. There's a lot going on. If you like salsa dancing, it's the place to be. Personally, I don't quite have those moves, but everyone in this arena absolutely loves their sport, and the atmosphere, as Joe Rousel said to me actually a couple of days ago, it feels like a little bit of a party in here. Sometimes championships can feel a little bit sterile. In here it doesn't feel like that at all. Right, on the front then is Max Niedler, the 20-year-old German, Dmitriev of Russia, the silver medalist last year. This competition has already got Dmitriev 1-0 up. So the German has to take this to a third ride if he can. And Dmitriev looking to get in the slipstream of the young German around turn 3 into turn 4. And it looks like the German's got some speed, but Dmitriev uses the same tactic that Glaetzer used last time. He races through, punches the air there. Look at this. He worked and worked and worked, got in the slipstream, and then used that bank into good effect. Goes racing around the outside. 2-0 to him. So that means that we have our 4 semi-finalists. No need for a third ride in any of those contests. Our semi-finalists then will be the Frenchman Pervis, the German Botticher, the Australian Matthew Glaetzer, and the Russian Denis Dmitriev. There's the rundown. That's how they got through. The other riders will go through to the 5th to 8th place ride-off. That will be later tonight. And if you're wondering when the semi-finals and finals of the men's sprint are, that will be tomorrow. So you need to make sure you tune in and come back and watch that. On the screen now, the start list for the women's points race. This is a straight final held over 100 laps, 25 kilometres, 10 sprints along the way. Last night, without any shadow of a doubt, I witnessed the best points race I have ever seen on a track, won by Avia of Colombia. Can this women's points race get anywhere close to it? 19 riders taken to the start of this points race. So pick out your favourite nation, give them a cheer, and there are sprints every 10 laps of this points race. The idea, of course, in a points race, you've never seen one before. We'll try and keep you up to date with what's going on. Every 10 laps there is a sprint. You get points for the first riders across the line. 5 points for the first rider across the line. And you accumulate points. If you manage to take a lap on the rest of the field, then you will get 20 additional points. That's the simplest way of explaining it, and that's what happens. The person with the most points at the end of the points race will be the world champion. Riders lining up then. The riders just getting their last little bit of instruction. Now we could see the crowd go completely wild again tonight. Behind me, they're all standing up out of their seats already. It's incredible. They just love what's going on in this velodrome. They don't sit there composed. My commentary box is all open. It's actually down there at the bottom of the screen. And it's almost where Matthew Glapes' bike ended up the other night. But behind, all the crowd just stand up. They're all taking photographs. They're getting ready. They get involved and absorbed in the action. And the gun goes and they're underway. And in the field is Maria Callie Williams from Colombia. She was born in Medellin, which is just along the road from here. She's the oldest rider in the field, born in 1968. You can work out her age from there. Bronze medalist in the points race in the Olympic Games in Athens. She's riding here in her home World Championships. Right on the back of the group there, in the white of Colombia. Classy, classy bike rider. She was the first ever Colombian to win a medal in cycling. After that, she had to go through the problems of having to return her medal because they said she had a positive test for a banned stimulant, but then that was proven to be incorrect. Then she was given back her medal. Right on the back of the group here. She has been a Pan Am Games individual time trial winner. She won that at the age of 43. 97 laps to go. At the front of the race now from Canada is Jasmine Glazer, the silver medalist in the team pursuit, silver medalist in the World Championships in 2012. It is a sparkling field, and we'll pick the riders out as we go. On the front from the Australian squad is Amy Cure. Bronze medalist already in the individual pursuit yesterday. And a bronze medalist the day before. On the front now is Caroline Ryan in the green of Ireland. So if you want Ireland to win this points race, She was the bronze medalist in 2012. The unknown quantity for many will be the British rider on the front now, Katie Archibald, who is a world record holder in the team pursuit and now a world champion in the team pursuit from that British squad of the other night. Going to the front now, Jasmine Glazer again of Canada. They had such a good race, didn't they, in that team pursuit the other night. They had everyone on the edge of their seats, just beaten by the British squad. And we're getting close now to the first points race, sprint of the night. 93 laps to go. We'll keep you updated on what's going on. Picking out the different colours, the rider on the front now from the Czech Republic in the blue and red is the defending champion, Jarmila Malchikova. Also moving up in the red and white of Denmark on the inside of the track there is Julie Leff. The Canadian rider Jasmine Glazer goes through to the front, takes a little bit of a risky move, but to win a world title you've sometimes got to put it on the line. And immediately Jasmine Glazer puts the heat on. She's going for the first sprint of the night. That would give her the motivation, but the Cuban rider is coming round the outside, Junelvis Dominguez, who's going to take the first point. Hitting the line now, Bronzini race round on the outside there. Looked to me like Bronzini may well have taken those points. Katie Archibald then goes on the attack. Confirmation then of the result of the first sprint. Bronzini takes it. Dominguez in second place for Cuba. Glazer in third place for Canada, and Malchikova, the defending champion, with 1 point. Bronzini, a member of the Wiggle Honda team, twice a world champion on the road race. And she has been the world champion in the points race in 2009. Georgia is a great person to talk to. Lives not far from Milano and wants to win this points race. She was really disappointed the other day in the scratch. She's come here to try and win a world title back. She was third in this event in 2013 and in 2011, the world champion in 2009. She's got a vicious sprint on her, and she is a teammate, of course, of Danny King, Laura Trott and Eleanor Barker. 85 laps to go. Thanks for your messages on Twitter @AntMcCrossan, really appreciate them. It's good to know so many of you are watching as we sit in this velodrome every night and talk you through the action. Caroline Ryan on the front. And now the attack. And the attack comes from Małgorzata Łódź-Tyra of Poland. Katie Archibald, the British rider, decides that she's going to make a move. She's immediately tracked. Łódź-Tyra trying to put in the acceleration. Katie Archibald, for those of you who are new to cycling, just to give you a little bit of motivation, she was just riding grass track racing 2 years ago. Grass track racing in Scotland is quite a big thing. That is what it says it is. You ride track racing on grass. They mow out a little track and you race there, gives you good bike handling skills. And Katie Archibald was a rider in grass track racing. She was spotted, she rode for Scotland. And then suddenly British cycling realised that this rider had a lot of power. So Łódź-Tyra and Archibald now, with 1 lap to go to the sprint, going for it, and the Colombian rider trying to go across to them. Archibald just trying to rock and roll a little bit and get the 5 points, which she does. So she takes 5, puts her up there with Giorgia Bronzini. Bronzini, I think, took some points there. Hitting line, Archibald from Łódź-Tyra in third place. We'll see them come across the line. Actually, it was the Australian rider. It was Bronzini who was out of the points. So Amy Cure of Australia takes 5 points. Takes 2 points. And the Hong Kong China rider took 1, which leaves the standings with Archibald and Bronzini both on 5. Dominguez of Cuba on 3. Watch Tyra on 3. Amy Cure of Australia on 2. Jasmine Glazer on 2. There's confirmation of the standings after 2 sprints. Remember, 10 sprints in total during tonight's racing. .77 laps to go, and the rider from Hong Kong, China is now on the attack, trying to take a lap. And don't forget, 20 points on offer for the rider who takes a lap. This is Wong Wan Yu of Hong Kong, China, trying to still break away. A couple of riders trying to get across. Julie Leff of Denmark, Bronzini, Caroline Ryan, Amy Cure also represented in here. Well, this rider is pressing on and trying to keep the momentum going. Julie Leff decides to try and go across now. Oh, great style from this rider from Hong Kong, China. She is still staying away from the rest of the field. A nice pedaling style, very efficient indeed, not moving the back at all. And if she continues like this, Archibald and Julie Leff are trying to come across. But the peloton are starting to react a little bit. Every time the move continues from the peloton, still this rider from Hong Kong, China maintains the pace at the front. This is Wong Wan Yi. The gap is starting to open, you know. 72 laps to go. 5 points on offer this time. Bronzini and Archibald are the leaders of this points race after 2 sprints. 10 sprints in total. Bronzini in the Azzurri Blu of Italy on the front of the group now, trying to shut the gap down. Going around the outside from Belgium is Kelly Drux, the new world champion of the scratch race. But the rider from Hong Kong, China takes the points. Second place will go to Bronzini. Also up there is Kelly Drux. Now here's the run through. Bronzini takes second, and also up there for Germany is Stephanie Pohl. The points then: Yi of Hong Kong, China, Bronzini with 3, Pohl with 2, Kelly Drux took 1, and the standings now mean Bronzini of Italy is the leader of this points race. The rider from Hong Kong, China in second place. Archibald in third, Dominguez in fourth, tied on points with Watch Tyra, as Wong Wan Yi is now caught. And I see a counter-attack starting to happen. Bronzini riding a very clever race so far. It's the rider from Mexico, Ingrid Drexel, looking to try and take this breakaway off the front if possible. The American rider now hits the front. This is Beth Newell. I know there's many American fans watching this racing tonight. 66 laps to go. Archibald swings up the track to try and change. And now the Colombian hits the front. Maria Callie-Williams, 45 years of age, right on the front of the saddle as she tries to take a group away, stretches the field out. Amy Cure, the Tasmanian, who comes from the lovely named town of Penguin, goes to the top of the track, looks around to see where the rest of the field are. Cure at the moment is 6th place overall, tied on points with Glazer and Pohl of Germany. Now the Russian tries to go away. This is Anastasia Chilkova, the champion of this points race in 2012. immediately being joined by two other riders. The German rider Stephanie Pohl goes to the front, and it looks like Giorgia Bronzini goes into the group. So a trio of strong riders breaking away. The Russian rider is a very talented bike rider, Chulkova. Has taken the world title, the rainbow bands before. Bronzini isn't happy to maintain the momentum. She's happy to use her sprinting speed in this points race. 62 laps to go that time, 61 coming up. Julie Leff hits the front for Denmark, and Bronzini, Wong and Archibald will be looking for some points here. Leff accelerates off the front. 5 points on offer this time. It's a little bit messy there at the front of the race. A couple of riders bumping and barging, but it looks like Julie Leff may well take this. Bronzini beaten to the line by the Australian rider, Amy Cure. Leff crosses the line there in the lead. Cure takes the second place points. Bronzini also scores yet again, and Dominguez of Cuba consistently scoring and just staying out of trouble at the moment. So 5 points to Denmark. Amy Cure with 3, Bronzini with 2, Dominguez with 1. 4 sprints gone. And now we're seeing an attack from Amy Cure of Australia. Out of sight of the cameras, Bronzini leads this points race with 10 points. But Amy Cure has decided this is the moment. She is going to put everything on the line. The rider who is such a great rider at the pursuit, trying to go away now to take a lap. That would give her 20 points on the rest of the field. Racing so strongly is Amy Cure. Caroline Ryan of Ireland is trying to go with it. Cure looks very motivated tonight. I know that she has been inspired by getting those medals, particularly the medal in the individual pursuit. Gave her real knowledge of her strength as a bike rider, and now she's into pursuit mode. Lovely flat back there, aerodynamic as she tries to cut through the air, slicing her way around this Cali track. 55 laps to go for the Australian. Will she be the first rider to take the points for a lap tonight? She's maintaining this pace. This group is not far away, and she can see them in front of her. Amy Cure with a stunning ride now to try and go away. Caroline Ryan is joined by Jasmine Glazer. Also there is Katie Archibald of Great Britain. A gap back now to the rest of the group, led by the former champion Machakova, and then the rest of the riders. But Amy Cure is giving this full throttle now, full gas as she tries to get away and catch the peloton. Not long now, Amy. You're going to get there if you keep the momentum on. She's right on the front of the saddle. Shows you the effort she's putting in, trying to keep the pace going, keep on top of the gear that she's got on this bike. And she can see the group in front of her. She needs them just to lull a little bit. And now I've been asked on Twitter, why is the judge pointing at the track? The judge points to the track to show where the lead rider is. So you'll see him point when he sees the leader, just so that everyone knows. There we go. Amy Cure, she'll try now and not catch the peloton until she picks up the 5 points. Then she'll be firmly at the top of the leaderboard for Australia. A stunning ride here by Amy Cure, inspiring everybody here who's an Aussie. Right now, the black hair just flowing a little bit out of the back of the helmet. She takes the maximum points. 5 points for Amy Cure. Now she's going to kick on because she knows that the peloton will calm down, and now she's going to take the 20 points. Any moment now, the Tasmanian Amy Cure is going to take 20 points once she gets in the slipstream, and she will have taken the lap, the first rider to do so. And there she is, number 41. Amy Cure is now top of the leaderboard with 30 points in this points race. Behind her, just to tidy things up, Stephanie Pohl took 3, Maria Callie-Williams took 2, Chulkova took 1. And now we're seeing 5 riders racing across to take the lap. 5 more riders join her. So suddenly, we are seeing a totally different race. 46 laps to go. Well, we're getting some confusing standings on our screen saying that the points and everything are not quite to my liking. I'm not entirely sure that what we're seeing on the screens is correct, because forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think Caroline Ryan and Archibald and Chulkova and others took a lap there. Well, all of us here in the commentary boxes are all looking around at each other. We're waiting for the scoring to sort itself out, because we're pretty sure that Ryan, Archibald and that group took a lap with Amy Cure, but the standings aren't saying that right now. So if you see some confusing things going on the screen, then we'll try and sort it out in the end. But in the meantime, 43 laps to go. We're seeing the next sprint, and it is Jasmine Glazer, who is the rider who has gone to the front to take the points. Glazer takes 5, Pole of Germany takes 3, Julie Leff takes 2, and Dominguez takes 1. So I'm pretty sure that Katie Archibald, Caroline Ryan and Maria Callie-Williams and Chulkova took a lap earlier on. And you'll see here, I think, an incorrect result. But we'll just keep an eye on this points race for now. All of the commentators in this tribune are all looking round at each other and going, right, the leader is definitely, at the moment, Amy Cure, but we need to make sure that's entirely right. Value standings you're seeing on the screen are not right. Amy Cure does have 30 points, but there's a number of other riders who do have the same points as well. They're up there having taken a lap on the rest of the field. And we'll bring you up to date with that in a moment. Let's just concentrate on the points as they go on. On the front now is Beth Newell of the United States of America. I'm just hearing in my ears that the commissaires are talking about the result right now. I think there's a few of them got a little bit confused as to what was going on. There was a group of riders who were in the gap between the rider who was taking a lap, Amy Cure, and then the rest of the peloton, and they thought they had lost a lap, but whereas they'd actually gained a lap. But we'll see what happens. Amy Cure of Tasmania still riding well. Now finally on my scoreboard in front of me, the commissaires agree with me, and that is that Amy Cure is the leader of this points race. As we see now the rider from the Czech Republic going on the attack, and she is going on the move now. Mashakova, the defending champion. Here she is in the blue, red and white. So to update you now on the standings, Amy Cure of Australia the leader, Stephanie Pole of Germany in second place with 28 points. From Canada, Jasmine Glazer in third place with 27 points with 32 laps to go. From Great Britain, Katie Archibald in fourth, Maria Callie-Williams in fifth, Chulkova in sixth, Ryan in seventh. And now the sprint, as they go a bit mad, because Maria Callie-Williams is looking for some points and is now going on the attack to try and take another lap. She's already taken one. She has 22 points. She has Bronzini for company. 1 lap to go now till the next sprint. This will be the 7th sprint of the night. 31 laps to go. Stay with me. It's going to be a thriller. Bronzini on the front. She has 10 points so far, but she is getting pressed out of this by not taking a lap with the rest of the field. Bronzini being raced here all the way to the line by the German Stephanie Pole, who now I think is going to lead this points race. Pole hits the line, followed by Bronzini, followed by Callie-Williams, and Kelly Drutz is the rider who was in fourth place there. 7 sprints down, 3 sprints left to go, and the German rider Stephanie Pole is the leader of this points race, 33 points. Amy Cure of Australia with 30, Glazer with 27, and Archibald of Britain with 25 in fourth place. So we have 7 riders who've taken a lap. Pole of Germany, Cure of Australia, Glazer of Canada, Archibald of Britain, Callie Williams of Colombia, Chilkova of Russia, Ryan of Ireland. They are the 7 riders who are 1 lap ahead. There they are, all on the screen for you now. Perfect timing. Amy Cure of Tasmania, of Australia, in 2nd place. 4 riders going on the move again. Caroline Ryan decides to go on the attack. She's already taken 1 lap. The Irish rider who has already seen her teammate Martin Irvine take a medal in these championships. So a little bit of a move starting to happen. 26 laps to go as we see on the front Beth Newell, Caroline Ryan, Julie Leff, and the Polish rider in here is Małgorzata Łódź-Tyra. Thank you to all of you for all your messages. Sorry about the little confusion on the points race, but I knew that things were going to come up on that screen wrong, judging by what I was seeing, the fact that we were being told that they'd lost a lap. So good to make sure that we were right. I looked round at Simon Bunting, Chris Boardman, the Colombian commentators were all taking their headphones off to try and work out what was going on, but we're all good now, and now we can enjoy the last 24 laps of this race. Still, Stephanie Pohl of Germany is the leader. Amy Cure of Australia in 2nd place, 3 points behind. Jasmine Glazer of Canada in bronze medal position. So if you're Canadian and you're cheering her on, she's sitting there now as Ryan turns the heat up. She saw Martin Irvine take a silver medal the other night, and she wants a medal. She wants one to go with the bronze medal that she got a couple of years ago in 2012. And she's so often so close to taking medals in these world titles. She trains so hard. Bronzini sprinting across. She's got to try and accumulate points quickly. She has 13. She's a long way down. Julie Leff holding on as Bronzini uses her sprinting prowess. We remember her winning the World Championships in Copenhagen as she hits the line there. And Bronzini took 5. Amy Cure again scoring. She takes 3. Leff takes 2. Ryan takes 1, which means that now Amy Cure of Australia is tied equal first in the gold medal position with 33 points. Glazer is in 3rd place for Canada with 27. Archibald of Great Britain in 4th with 25. Callie Williams with 24. Ryan with 21. This is nip and tuck, isn't it? Another great points race tonight on this Cali track, as we see the attack again of number 74, Anastasia Chilkova, the champion in 2012. It's going to take someone to just try their hand here. On the front for Russia is still the rider who has been trying to press on a little bit and take some points, the champion 2 years ago. There's the world champion of the scratch race, Kelly Drutz, maybe a little bit tired after her effort the other night. 17 laps to go. They are equal on points. The German rider there at the front and the Australian rider Amy Cure. Remember, 5 points for the win, 3 points for 2nd, 2 points for the 3rd place, 1 point for 4th. It's still anybody's race. Any one of about 6 riders could win this points race, and Bronzini is creeping up on the medals. She's got 18 points now, 15 laps to go. Again, Julie Leff, who's been pretty animated in this race tonight with only 9 points, is seeking to try and take a lap again. Thanks to those of you who are sending me pictures of Penguin in Tasmania. Very much appreciated on Twitter as we see the Belarusian now going on the attack. Vola Masakovic. It looks like a very nice place. I can imagine why Amy Cure would want to live there. The Mexican rider now going on the move. 14 laps to go. And again, Callie Williams goes on the attack with Bronzini. Bronzini, who speaks really good English now. She's been learning it for a little while. I try and speak a bit of Italian to her. She tries to speak some good English, and her English is a lot better than mine. 12 laps, her English is a lot better than my Italian, put it that way. As we see Callie Williams turning the pressure on. 45 years of age, and she's at the front of the World Championship points race. Bronzini looks at her and says, no, I'm not going to go through and do much work. And now we get one lap to the next sprint. Bronzini desperately wants this one. Who's involved in the mix? Amy Cure is up there yet again. Where is Stephanie Poe? I don't see her involved in the sprint this time. Bronzini trying to hold them all off. Kelly Drutz almost touches the wheel of Bronzini. Amy Cure gives it throttle around the outside, and she hits the line. Look at that. Amy Cure takes 5 points there, I think. It was pretty close between her and Bronzini. Who took it? Amy Cure took it. Bronzini took second, and then it was nip and tuck between Kelly Drutz and the Cuban rider Glazer. Nine sprints gone, 5 points to Amy Cure. She now leads the World Championship points race for Australia with a 5-point advantage on the German Stephanie Poe, who did not manage to score that time. So, this time, on the last sprint, if Amy Cure just scores 1 point, game over. So, in the positions now, Cure leads, Stephanie Poe of Germany in second place. Glazer is in third with 27 points. She can't move any further up. So, the medals are between Poe and Cure for the gold. Glazer can be beaten, though, by Archibald and Callie Williams for the bronze medal. So it's all down to this sprint to decide who's going to take it. Beth Newell decides to go on the attack. That's going to cause a little bit of a problem. Archibald says, right, I'm going to go with this one. She knows that she needs just a couple of points on the Canadian to try and take a World Championship bronze medal. And it's Beth Newell now, wearing number 78, who is attacking hard to try and go away and steal the last points of the night. That would mean that Amy Cure would be the world champion, so she won't chase her down. 6 laps to go in what has been an interesting points race. It has been a war of tactics. Poe goes to the front. Amy Cure will just sit on her wheel and make sure she gets a point. That's all she needs to do, and then she will be standing on the top step of the podium as a world champion. Mashakova now trying to go across with Callie Williams. Callie Williams of Colombia is there in 5th place. She has 24 points. If she scored the 5 and Glazer didn't score, then she would move up into the position of the bronze medal. This is going to be very, very close with 4 laps of racing to go. Stay with me. Who's going to win it? Is the gold medal going to Australia? Right now, it looks like it could be, but Amy Cure has got to get this one absolutely right. As the American rider, Beth Newell, goes powering round the track through turn 4 to come up to the line yet again. Amy Cure can almost sense the rainbow bands again. She could be a world champion any moment now. 2 laps to go. She follows the Polish rider around the track, and not long now to the end of this race. It's absolutely furious in the peloton. The bell goes. Beth Newell is looking for this one. Bronzini trying to move up. Bronzini can't get the bronze medal, but who's going to take the world championship? Beth Newell is tying up as she goes down the back straight, down turn 3, down turn 4, and it looks to me like the Canadian rider could be going for this one. Who's going to take it? Oh no, on the line, it is Jasmine Glazer who takes the points in the final sprint. I think Jasmine Glazer will move up, so she will score the maximum points, but the world champion will be Amy Cure. Glazer takes 5. In second place is Beth Newell. Let's look at the 3rd place rider now. That's important. Poe takes 3rd. So she takes 2, which means that Amy Cure does not score. But that does mean that Stephanie Poe will still be in second by 1 point. Amy Cure will be the world champion by 1 point. Well, I'm just looking now at the scoreboard. She wins it by 3 points, actually. So Stephanie Pohl closed the gap, but Amy Cure is the world champion. She has taken the title for Australia. She got that one absolutely nailed. She took a lap. She finishes with 38 points. Stephanie Pohl takes second, and with that furious sprint into the finish by Jasmine Glazer of Canada, she takes the bronze medal. Here's confirmation of the result. Amy Cure is the world champion of the points race. Stephanie Pohl in second, Jasmine Glazer in third, and there's the rundown of the rest of the top 7 riders. The young rider from Penguin who's going to take the rainbow bands home. So get your breath back after that. What a fantastic race. Callie Williams finished in 5th place. She's going to take the applause of her home crowd. Amy Cure is a world champion. Oh, everyone's giving her a massive hug. She goes up to greet her teammates. What a win from Amy Cure. Well, they're so happy for her. Pretty emotional now, isn't she? That's lovely to see. It means a huge amount to this team. Well, I think they've all just been on the absolute edge of their seats there. Right, let's get our breath back. We're going to go to the women's sprint competition, and this one's going to be just as good. The women's sprint competition then moves to the business end of the entire 2 days of competition. Best of 3 rides then, and we're seeing the ride for the bronze medal. I know somewhere in a bar in Mallorca there are a number of Brits who are trying to find any way of watching this, whether it be on Twitter or anything else, to find out whether Jess Varnish can now win a bronze medal in the World Championships. She's got a big bit of competition here in Junhong of China. So here we go, best of 3 rides. This is ride 1 for the bronze medal in the World Championships here in Cali in Colombia. Varnish has to lead off. Those are the results of those are the rules of match sprinting. Just keeping the momentum going. You may remember yesterday she toppled over in her competition against Rebecca James. She had a bit of a wry smile on her face. From Bromsgrove in Worcestershire. Has been competing since the age of 14 when she first rode the Junior World Championships. She broke the world record in the team sprint with Victoria Pendleton at the 2012 Olympic Games, and then was, of course, relegated in the semi-finals. This is all about the comeback. Lin Junhong of China keeping a close eye on Jess Varnish. What are the tactics going to be? The pace starts to go up a little bit as Lin Junhong stays up the track. Varnish looking over her shoulder, staying very high here. She'll dive down the banking and get inside the sprinter's line. Now she'll turn the heat up. She uses that normal sprint that she always does down the back straight. Now she'll turn the gas on a little bit. She'll really try hard down this straight, but the Chinese rider's just a little bit too quick. Lin Junhong takes ride number 1 for the bronze medal. She's very fast, isn't she? The momentum that she gets around that final turn is very, very impressive. Throwing her bike at the line, and Varnish is going to have to now go back into the track centre, talk to Jan van Eyden and Ian Dyer in the centre of the track. Sit down, think about it, work out the tactics, and try to come back to take the medal. And so we look here at the two riders who are racing for the gold. Lovely red patent leather shoes to match with a very shiny red bike. Everything colour coordinates with Zhong Tianshi, apart from the helmet. I don't understand. Maybe it's just her favourite colour or something. She's gone as far as to get patent leather red shoes, and then the helmet's pink. Kristina Vogel then, who is a silver medalist in this event previously, a team sprint gold medalist. She's even got a little painted German flag on the legs today. Kristina Vogel's whole focus has been the sprint. 3 rides if required. But Vogel will just want to get rid of this and get the gold medal. But this rider from China, Zhong Tianshi, is really fast. Vogel will use the jump. She'll try to outmaneuver her opponent. I think Zhong Tianshi will try and ride fast and go for a long sprint. It's a little bit dicey in there right now. Vogel thinking hard as to how to win this one. Keeping her eyes focused on the Chinese rider. Going now to the top of the track. Zhong Tianshi is quite happy. Oh, look at that. Vogel dives down and says, right, here I go. She decided to go very, very early, which is a bit surprising. but the door opened, so she thought, right, you've opened the door, now I'm going to go through it. But I wonder if it's a big mistake. Maybe just a little bit too impetuous, but maybe not. As Tianshi tries to come around the outside there, but hitting the line, Vogel. Oh, the speed and the calmness of the rider from Germany. I thought she might have gone a little bit too early, but the cadence is so high. Hits the line, easily wins by over a bike length. 1-0 to Vogel, 1-0 to Junhong, and we'll come back to this sprint classification again in a little while. Not too long until we come back to it. Kristina Vogel then will go into the centre of the track, get back on the rollers. The other night when she won her gold medal in the team sprint, she said she couldn't get to sleep. She'd been texting all her friends and family, answering all the messages. Then she said she went on YouTube, re-watched all the final. Finally managed to get some sleep. Some days of hard competition here are about to come to an end. And she is one race away from a possible World Championship win. Looking across this track, hive of activity in the centre, a huge crowd. Don't look at some of these empty seats and think it's a bit empty in places. It's because the crowd is packed. They're all outside now and then, nipping out, getting some food, coming back in. It's just a buzz in this atmosphere, in this velodrome. It's got a constant sizzle about it. And to be honest, I came to Cali and I thought we wouldn't get anything like this. I thought we'd have just a normal World Championships. Things would be relatively sterile, but how wrong can you be? Well, we're getting ready for, in a moment's time, if you're Australian and you are wanting to hear the Australian national anthem and savour the moment of Amy Cure getting her gold medal and the rainbow bands. We're not too far away from that. We're going to bring you that before we bring you any more racing. So as we look across the track then, we reflect a little on the performance of Amy Cure, the young Australian rider who I think rode an incredibly intelligent race, got everything right, took the lap, worked out who she needed to beat, picked up points where she had to. And she's in demand in the centre of the track right now. Every time we grab her for the interview, someone else takes her away. So we're just waiting for her to get here because we'd like to hear from Amy Cure before she steps onto the podium as usual. And we'll hear her thoughts on how she took the victory in this World Championship points race. Well, I think we've managed to retrieve her from the clutches of all the rest of the world's press. So any moment now we're going to hear from Amy Cure. And before she makes her way onto the podium to receive the rainbow bands, here she is, the new world champion of the points race. It's Amy Cure.
Congratulations. What are you feeling now?
Yeah, thank you. Pretty surreal, actually. Stoked. I can't believe that it's finally come here and I've finally got my rainbow stripes. It's taken me so long, and you know, it's an amazing experience winning, getting world champion, winning those rainbows at a junior, but nothing beats it compared to senior ranks, and it's a few years, but finally, yeah, so stoked. Words can't really explain it. It's a real moment at the moment.
21-year-old, 3 medals here in a few days, 2 with team pursuit now to the world champion. That's amazing.
Yeah, definitely. It's awesome to, you know, stand up on those podiums and you get a bronze medal with all the other girls. It's a bit of an awesome experience, and I was a bit upset when I didn't make the gold medal right off in the individual pursuit, but you know, the other girls proved why they're up on the top, and to finally come out and be on the top of the dice in the points race, it's yeah, amazing experience.
OCs are performing pretty well, actually.
Yeah, no, awesome.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, she's incredibly excited, isn't she? And so she should be. 2 bronze and 1 gold in the days of competition here in Cali. She'll have fantastic memories of this now as a 21-year-old bike rider, already a world champion, and what is she going to go on to do? So we're waiting now for the podium presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, medal ceremony for UCI Track Cycling World Championship Women's Points Race, 25 kilometers.
Damas y caballeros, la ceremonia.
A thrilling race then ends up with these 3 women making their way onto the stage to collect the medals in the women's points race.
The medals and the UCI World Champions jersey will be presented by a member of the Management Committee of the International Cycling Union, José Manuel Peláez.
Las medallas y camisetas de ganadores serán entregadas por el miembro del Comité de la Unión Ciclista Internacional, José Manuel Peláez.
Winner of the bronze medal representing Canada.
La ganadora de la medalla de bronce representa a Canadá.
Jasmine Glaser.
Canada have had a great World Championship so far, and this one just adds to it. Jasmine Glaser is the bronze medalist in the World Championship points race.
Winner of the silver medal representing Germany.
La ganadora de la medalla de plata representa a Alemania.
Stephanie Pohl.
Stephanie Pohl, the silver medalist, 35 points she accumulated to the 32 of Jasmine Glaser.
The UCI Track Cycling World Championship Women's Points Race 25-kilometer gold medalist and winner of the UCI World Champions jersey representing Australia.
La ganadora de la medalla de oro en la carrera por puntos, 25 kilómetros, y ganadora de la camiseta de campeona de la UCI representa a Australia.
Amy Cure.
The gold medal, the world champion, is Amy Cure of Australia. As she said, a bit of a surreal moment. It'll sink in later on, or maybe tomorrow morning. She'll suddenly realise what she's achieved. Amy Cure stands on the top step of the podium, and now she's going to savour the moment of hearing the Australian national anthem.
Mr. Agustín Moreno.
Las flores son presentadas por el miembro del Comité Olímpico Colombiano, Agustín Moreno.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Australia.
Damas y caballeros, a continuación, el himno de Australia.
The national anthem of Australia. Amy Cure joins Catherine Bates, who won this title in 2007 as a winner of the World Points Race title from Australia. And as Anna Mears has just tweeted, by far the fastest Penguinian, a person from Penguin around. There she is, she's all smiles, there's your podium. Congratulations to Amy Cure, the World Points Race champion. Coming up next then is the men's sprint, the 5th to 8th place. We're going to see who's going to take the 5th to 8th place in the men's sprint contest. If you're wondering about what's coming up after that, we have the women's sprint finals, and then we move to the final part of the men's Omnium, the kilometre time trial. On the screen was the rundown of the lineup for the riders who are going for the 5th to 8th places in the men's sprint. Jason Kenny, Hoogland, Perkins and Nederland. They are the riders who will be lining up in just a moment to try and settle the scores of 5th to 8th place in this competition. So just a little lull as we get everything organised, ready for this next contest on the track. Lots more racing to come up tonight. The women's sprint finals, we'll find out if Kristina Vogel is going to take the women's sprint. We'll conclude the men's Omnium tonight. And we're also going to get the opportunity, of course, to see the women's elimination race. That'll be the last race of the night, as the 3rd round of the women's Omnium competition, which has been going on over the last few hours before we had tonight's session of racing. Thanks to all of you for all your messages, really appreciated. At Ant McCrossan on Twitter.
Where are we, Dave?
And the riders now drawing their lots, ready for this competition. It's all about purely maintaining morale against these other riders. Even if you end up in the 5th to 8th place ride-off, it's just a case of thinking, right, it didn't quite go for me in the World Championships this year. I'm going to come back fighting. If you didn't hear that quote that I read out of Anna Mears earlier on, it's my favourite quote of this World Championships. Some days you get beaten. You just have to make sure you're not defeated. You come back, you fight another day, don't you? So that's what this is all about, because these are top-class bike riders who are lining up now. Jason Kenny of Great Britain in the middle of the picture there at the top of the track, the Australian Shane Perkins. Hoogland lines up for the Netherlands, and the German rider is Nederland. Just a flat-out race for the finish, that's all it is. There are no heats, no nothing else. You just have to beat the rest of the riders on the track. It just shows you the strength and depth of sprinting right now when you have riders of the calibre of Perkins and Kenny in here. 3 laps of the track as normal. Kenny's decided he's not having any of it, and he's going to go from the start. He doesn't want any accidents, doesn't want any problems. So he goes through. Kenny, twice silver here, world keirin champion, going to the front. 1 lap to go, and we'll see who's going to take it. Niederlag is there. Kenny squeezes through the gap, being quite aggressive in this race. He wants to make sure he finishes 5th in the World Championships, heading up to the line, and in 10.461, Jason Kenny takes 5th. So he managed to just test a few things out there, but nothing more than that. Kenny 5th in the World Championships. Looks like Niederlag took 6th, Hoogland took 7th, and Shane Perkins of Australia goes home in 8th place. So we're moving on swiftly now because the women are ready to get back on the track. If you're just joining us, where have you been? We're now ready for the women's sprint. This is the bronze medal ride-off. Junhong of China onto the line already. Is 1-0 up in this contest. It's down to 3 rides if needed. Jess Varnish of Great Britain is 1-0 down, and she needs to come back. She has to win this one to go to a decider. We haven't had a decider in any sprint contest yet that we've seen. So this would be unusual in this competition so far. Three laps of the track. We always get asked, why do they go so slowly? Well, the time is taken, of course, on the final 200 metres, but track sprinting is all tactical. It's about manoeuvring your opponent into the position that you want them, and most sprinters don't want to be the lead rider because the slipstream effect has some use. You want to also be able to use your strengths to their best effect, so you work out what your move is going to be. From China, on the front, Junhong with Jess Varnish in 2nd place here. She just gets out of the saddle to go up the banking a little bit. She's trying to stay out of the eye line of the Chinese rider. She wants to just mess it with her head a little bit, play the game. So every time the Chinese rider looks around from the right-hand side, Varnish is going to the left to try and stay out of her vision. She's now going up the banking. She wants to use the steep slopes of the 42 degrees at either end of this track to use for acceleration. Right, it's all down to this ride now. The Chinese rider is really rapid. Varnish now accelerating down the back straight. Junhong is looking very quick. Varnish has got herself into the slipstream. Now she's going to use the same tactic that the Chinese rider used. Who's going to get it? Oh, on the line. It was still the Chinese rider who had the momentum. Junhong has taken the bronze medal in the sprint. Well, a fantastic performance there. Junhong is the bronze medalist in the World Championships. (2-0), and the Chinese riders have been really sparkling in these World Championships this week. You must just pay attention to Varnish, who a few months ago had injured her back so badly she couldn't even ride a bike. Now she's back though. She's got 1 bronze. She's 4th place in the World Championships. And for those people who know her, that is a great return to racing. So we move on now to the gold medal ride. This is Kristina Vogel against Tianshi. Vogel leads 1-0, the effervescent, powerful German rider. This is what it's been all about. She's got 1 gold, she wants 2. Lovely shot of these riders as they track away on the blue round the bottom of the track, the Côte d'Azur. If Vogel wins this one, she is the world champion. I think you might see a bubbling, enthusiastic, emotional Kristina Vogel for the first time. She's seen her teammate Miram Welte already take 2 golds. The Germans are having a great run of this World Championship competition. Tianshi has, she's definitely got the ability to beat Vogel here. She has the speed without any shadow of a doubt. But Vogel is a master tactician. So she goes to the top of the track. She wants to put the Chinese rider into the lead. Look at the strength as she keeps the pressure on the pedals, and Tianshi's going to go close to her and say, no, I'm staying here. To do this is so difficult. Vogel says, okay then, fair enough. Now she's going to think again, what can she do? She kicks the back wheel again. Reason for doing that, she just wants to get the pedals to the right position. And the Chinese rider, they're right in front of my commentary box now. I can see them here. I can see the strength of these 2 riders. You're not allowed to go backwards. It's a picture of pure technical ability. The Commissar walking alongside them. Vogel's decided right now are going to have to try something else, because clearly that is not going to work. She wants the gold medal in 2 rides. She doesn't want the stress of having to go to a 3rd ride here. The Chinese rider is tracking her all the way. What a magnificent performance she's put in. Can she now take it to a decider? The bell now as Vogel looks around, and Tianshi goes down to the bottom of the track, and Vogel dives down there as well. She closes the door on her. Now Vogel goes round the track. Who's going to take it? Vogel using the cadence, using the speed on the line. She takes a thrilling sprint. Kristina Vogel is the world champion. Look at that, she's punching the air. She looks around. She tried the standstills on 2 different occasions. Now she puts the finger up. I told you she'd get a bit emotional. The Chinese rider tried to dive inside the sprinter's line, but Vogel managed to shut the door on her nice and timely. Look at this, there's the move. She goes down into the sprinter's line. She gets the cadence going. She puts the speed on. She turns the heat up, and then she uses all the speed and power to win it by about a wheel's length. Look at this, here's the replay. Kristina Vogel is the world sprint champion. Well, I must admit, I am so pleased to see her win that title. She takes the German flag. She shakes her head. But 2 days ago, she was telling me this was going to be the one she wanted. And I think everyone in the centre of the track who knows this rider will just give her a big, big round of applause, because she's an awful lot of fun to chat to. She gives everyone the time of day, even when she's having to focus. Well, the coaches are a little bit emotional as well. I said that there might be tears. You can see the glistening in the eyes. Very, very well deserved. She's given us something to talk about over the last couple of days. She's been the rider that everyone has been thinking about. There we go. 4 gold medals between them. Miram Welte gives her a massive hug. All the training, all the hours in the gym, on the boards, have all paid off now. So next we're going to move on to the Omnium time trial, the final round. And this is going to be the various heats. So let's get ready to count down the Omnium. And we'll find out who is going to take the title. Now the riders go in reverse order of their standings right now. So the first rider to go will be from Mexico. This is Aguirre. And they're just getting the starting gate out now, getting ready for this competition. Aguirre now getting ready, making his way out onto the track. Always such a tough race to finish with. 1 kilometre, flat-out effort on the track. The leader of this Omnium is Thomas Boudat, the young Frenchman, ahead of the Russian rider Viktor Manikov. There are 4 points between those two riders, and then a further 1 point to Tim Velt, the Dutch rider. We lost Jasper de Bust yesterday, who was disqualified from the competition. Aguirre of Mexico has got 76 points. So far has had 18th in the flying lap, 16th in the points race, 15th in the elimination, 17th in the individual pursuit, and 10th in the scratch race. The legs are really hurting at this time of competition with 5 events in the legs. It's so hard. 250 metres for Aguirre. So remember, it's all about, you score 1 point if you win the competition, down to 17th place if you finish 17th. So Boudat needs to make sure for France that he doesn't lose more than 3 places to the Russian rider Viktor Manakov and 6 places to Tim Welt. Aguirre heading now towards the conclusion of this kilometre time trial. He's done 49.9 through the 750 metres. And racing up to the finish, hitting the line, 1:06.356. That's the standard for all the riders now to try and beat. So now we have 2 riders on the track. We had an odd number, so this time this heat is going to be Francesco Castagnaro of Italy and Luke Davidson of Australia. Luke Davidson, gold medalist in the team pursuit. These 2 riders underway then, 1,000 metres. Luke Davidson 15th overall in this competition. The Italian Francesco Castagnaro. Davidson started the contest really well. He was 3rd in the flying. Then the points race let him down a little bit. Some of the moves didn't quite work for him. He was 18th in that. The elimination 16th, 9th in the individual pursuit. And the scratch race also, the moves didn't quite happen for him. But Davidson is a very, very good time trialist, as we can tell with the flying lap and the individual pursuit. So in this kilometre time trial, we should see him move up a fair few places. He's looking good as he goes through 500 metres, now heads towards the 750. His fastest so far, 48.954 for the Australian rider. Castagnaro of Italy, 52.874, an awful lot slower than Davidson. Davidson hitting the line now, stops the clock, 1:03.987, and Davidson sets the standard for everyone else to beat. That is a fast time, 56.261 is the average speed. The last 3 riders to go will be Tim Welt of the Netherlands in 3rd place with 26 points. Manakov of Russia, 2nd place with 25. And Boudat of France has got 21 points. He has 4 points of an advantage. I think I said 3 earlier, so my apologies for that. He's got 4 points of an advantage, and so therefore we need to see less than 4 places between them. But Manakov is a very good rider, still only 21. He was 5th on a stage of a race called the Tour de l'Avenir, and he's been an under-23 European champion in the team pursuit. So we welcome onto the track the American Jacob During and Vladislav Kreminski of the Ukraine. During had that crash yesterday. He was 7th in the points race as his best placing. Kreminski was 4th in the scratch race. That was his best placing of the series. Time to beat then 139.87 from Luke Davidson of Australia.
Get up, push, pull, push, pull, push, pull.
Jacob During from Southern California, accelerating now to get that bike up to speed. Be interesting to see how these two riders compete on this track. The Ukrainian's got a much more punchy style, hasn't he? So he goes out of the blocks very quickly. But Kreminsky just ahead here of Jacob During of the United States of America. Thanks to all of you who've joined me for this coverage this evening. Lots more action still to come. Don't go away. Join me on Twitter at @McCrossan. I've smiled at a lot of your posts on Twitter tonight, particularly the pictures of Penguin where Amy Cure is from. The last 250 metres then, as we see Kreminsky still fastest, 51.20, but Davidson's time is still ahead of 48.954, heading up towards the conclusion of their 1,000-metre time trial. Kreminsky second in 158.53, and During 162.97. During third fastest, Kreminsky second fastest so far in this series. There's confirmation of the standings then. Davidson leads 139.87. Just to let you know the wind conditions in here, the flags are pretty much hanging, so the wind has calmed right down in this velodrome for this evening's events. As we see now, Aya Hashimoto. Hashimoto has a new skin suit after that crash earlier on, and Olivia Beer of Switzerland. In the contest over the last few days, Hashimoto's had 2 fourth places, one in the points race, one in the elimination, but his individual pursuit really let him down. Oliver Beer has had a 5th place in the flying lap and an 8th place in the individual pursuit, so taking that into account, you would expect Olivia Beer of Switzerland to be the faster of these two riders, but we've been wrong before. Let's see what happens. Hashimoto on the right, Beer on the left. Settling down onto the aero skis, the what we call them, the aero bars that were brought into cycling many years ago, mainly by the American Greg LeMond. You may remember him using them in the Tour de France to beat Laurent Fignon by 8 seconds. If you're too young to remember it, go and find it on YouTube and go back and watch it. One of the most incredible finishes of a Tour de France ever. As we concentrate on Olivia Beer and Hashimoto. Beer is faster, 34.521 so far at the time splits. Now he goes quickest, 48.867 for Olivia Beer of Switzerland. He's around the track, looking pretty quick so far, and we'll see whether he can beat the time of 139.87. Hits the line now, and he does. 136.82, an average speed 56.530. So Olivia Beer can now go away, sit down, and probably have a beer to relax. It's the end of the Omnium. He's had 6 competitions, and it's probably deserved. The next 2 riders are the riders who are 9th and 10th overall in this contest. And we're going to welcome onto the track Unai Olariaga of Spain and Andrei Rybin of the Czech Republic. Olariaga, we mentioned earlier today, 5th on a stage of the Trophy Alcudia. And Andrei Rybin is here from the Czech Republic on the other side of the track. 4 laps of the track, 1,000 metres, flat-out effort. at this time in this series. A few battle scars on the legs of the rider from the Czech Republic. Your legs are tired, your body is very tired, you're getting dehydrated, and you just need to get to the finish now. But if you're going for gold, you've really got to find the motivation. It could all go wrong in the last 1,000 metres of what has been a contest of a flying lap, points race, elimination, pursuit and scratch race. It tests out all of your abilities. Rubin looked pretty urgent out of the starting blocks there. And Eloriaga of Spain getting the momentum going. But Rubin looks like he really wants to punch through on the first 250 metres. He's pretty quick. 22.81, fourth fastest at the 250 metre point. He's got those shoulders going all over the place. Not a very steady style at all. But let's see what it translates to at 500. Fourth fastest through the 500 metres. From the Czech Republic. He's looking to make his move up the table a little bit. It is possible. He could move up a few places, maybe up into the top 7. 49.361, third fastest now, so he's still got the momentum. The rider from the Czech Republic in the blue, now the mouth is wide open, gaping open with the effort that he's putting in. Eloriaga looks a lot more smooth, but it doesn't translate to speed. 1:43.31. Andrew Rubin on the finish line, good enough for third place. Eloriaga in fourth. So Rubin has done his chances, no harms whatsoever of moving up the table. The sight of Kasper van Volsack, the Danish rider, silver medalist in the team pursuit, as he stands up there against the Belarusian that we are seeing here, Roman Shishku. Shishku's got better as the competition's gone on. He's had both a fifth and a sixth, fifth in the elimination, sixth in the individual pursuit. Van Volsack had third in the points race, second in the individual. And I reckon he could go quite quick here. Van Volsack, a very good individual time trialist. Van Volsack on the left-hand side, in the red and white, used to going out of the starting gate like that to get the bike up to speed in the individual pursuit. The Belarusian, a lot more all over the place. Shishku, can he beat the rider from Denmark? The gap between them in terms of points is 3. So there could be some damage done here if the Belarusian can beat Van Volsack. But I wonder whether that's at all possible. Van Volsack really on those aero skis, hands really close together, looking good so far. But it looks like he's not actually going that fast. Shishku is going through in 6th place. So actually the damage could be done. There is only 3 points between them. Can the man from the Belarus beat Van Volsack, who is just 9th fastest? 2 places between them now in this Omnium competition in terms of ranking in this 1,000 metres. The Belarusian has looked good all the way through, heading up towards the line. That's a bit of a surprise, you know. He's beaten in 1:58.66 to 1:55.19 for Shishku. And in terms of places, Shishku is 5th and Van Volsack is 7th at this moment in time. which could cause a few issues here. Well, you can hear in the background the fact that we now have a Colombian arriving on the track. And this is Juan Arango, the Colombian rider who is in 5th place overall. 34 points, equal on points with the rider he's against, Ed Clancy of Great Britain. Clancy has won this title previously, but it's kind of been an up and down competition. 2 first places, one in the flying lap, one in the scratch race. And then 2 races outside the top 10. Arango of Colombia on the left, Clancy on the right. This is going to be without doubt the noisiest heat. Clancy goes powering out of the blocks. Arango will get an extra little bit of speed by the sound of this crowd. Clancy onto the aero skis very, very early. Arango now onto the skis as well. Through the first time split, and Clancy is fastest. 19.460. This rider can produce a kilometre underneath a minute. Arango 21.28. 4th fastest, Clancy 33.430. He is the fastest rider on the track through the first 2 time splits. Don't be surprised if he goes close to a minute through the 7:50 mark. Any moment now, Clancy does it in 47.414. He's going to be close to the 1 minute mark. Arango in 2nd place. That's a great performance from Arango. So we're heading up towards the line. Clancy is going to stop the clock now in 1:1691, and Arango in 1:3404. Clancy again top of the leaderboard in an individual effort. 1:1691, an average speed of 58.355, and Arango with a great performance into 2nd place. Four riders left to go, and these riders will decide the actual medals. So right now with that effort, Ed Clancy would be in 5th place. So it comes down to how these riders do in the top 4. Here is Aaron Gate. He is the defending champion. He at least wants to try and put himself on the podium here, but it all comes down to how Tim Velt does on the other side of the track. There are 3 points between them. That relates to 3 places. Tim Velt, 3rd in this competition in 2009, and his competition is the defending champion, as we've mentioned. So let's see what can be done. If the New Zealander is going to add to the All Blacks medal haul, then he needs to really rip his way around this track. If you're a New Zealander, I'm sure you're going to be cheering him on. On the left-hand side, Aaron Gate on the right-hand side. And after this, only 2 riders left to go in the Omnium. Aaron Gate wavers a little bit out of the starting gate there. Velt looks a little bit quicker. And any little mistake can cause you a medal. Gate is a very good time trialist. Velt has been here before. He knows how much effort to put in to try and maintain his position, and he's going quick. He's 2nd fastest so far in this individual 1 kilometre time trial. Welte now heading towards the conclusion of the 500 metres. He goes through there, very fast indeed, but also Aaron Gate. But so far, Aaron Gate's not doing any damage to the third place, the bronze medal of Tim Welte. Heading up towards the line now, and Welte is still quickest, so Gate has got to come back at him. Is there a possibility here that Welte now is going to clinch the bronze medal? Looking good. The rider from the Netherlands is going to add to his bronze medal he got in the past. Hits the line now in second fastest time, 1:03, 1:34 for Tim Welte, and that means that he will, by the looks of things, maintain a medal tonight. Aaron Gate still in fourth place, Ed Clancy in fifth. So it comes down to whether one of these riders has an absolutely terrible kilometre ride. Let's get ready then for the 19-year-old Frenchman, 7th in the World Championship Junior Road Race. Now here in a senior competition to try and win the world title against this man, Viktor Manakov. Another young rider, only 21 years of age. There are 4 points between them. Manakov has got a few battle scars showing through his skin suit, the blood seeping through it after previous crashes. These riders have been in the wars over the last few days. In the Omnium competition in the last few years, we've seen Aaron Gate win, Glenn O'Shea of Australia, also Freeberg took it, so did Lee Howard. Clancy's won this before, Godfrey of New Zealand, and Kanowski of the Czech Republic has also been a winner of this race. There has never been a French winner of the Omnium since it was put in place in 2007. So let's see the time of Boudat. He's a bit all over the bike as he gets started, but he's flying. Fourth fastest, 19.987 for the young Frenchman. He's onto those aero skis. He's giving it full beans, isn't he, to try and win this world title. He has to make sure he doesn't lose 4 places to Viktor Manakov, but so far he's producing a performance that might see Manakov drop right down the table. So let's see what happens. Boudat heading towards the conclusion of this 1,000 metres. This young Frenchman has won 2 races in this Omnium. The points race and the elimination. He was second in the scratch race. And now it's all about the last 250 metres. Boudat heading towards the conclusion now of the 1,000 metre time trial. He hits the line, 1:03.396 for third place. And Manakov finishes in 7th place, which means that Manakov will drop down into the bronze medal position, and Tim Welte, with that great performance, will take the silver, but the gold is going to go to France. This young rider, Thomas Boudat, is the world champion of the Omnium. Look at the delight on his face. He got everything absolutely right. He was 10th in the flying lap as an opener. Then he won the points race. He followed it up with a win in the elimination. He was 7th in the individual pursuit. Then he finished 2nd in the scratch race. And here in this time trial, he's finished in 3rd place. So he will get the rainbow bands. And what a world championship France are having. Pervis and Boudat are certainly doing them proud. Tim Welte thought he'd secured the bronze, but now he gets the silver. There's confirmation of the time trial. Ed Clancy of Great Britain is the winner by a big margin, 1:16.91. Tim Welte takes 2nd place. Boudat takes 3rd. The Colombian takes 4th in this Omnium time trial, the last event. And there's the rundown of the rest of the riders. There's the final classification then. Budat wins with 24 points, Welte with 28, Manakov with 32. Aaron Gate was pretty close, 2 points back with 34, Clancy with 35. Arango finishes in 6th with 38 points, and there's the rundown of the rest of the riders. Well, don't disappear, because we're going to bring you the women's Omnium, the elimination race. That will be the last race of the night. Between then and now, we have a couple of award ceremonies. So we have the award ceremony for the Omnium, and we have the award ceremony as we see Kristina Vogel take her World Championship medal. Budat is all high fives. Young-faced, isn't he? 19 years of age and already a world champion. France now building a few velodromes to make sure they can catch up with their old rivals, Great Britain. They've just opened one in Paris. They have got a brand new indoor velodrome in Roubaix, alongside the historic Roubaix velodrome, where you race into, won't be long now, will it, to Paris-Roubaix, if you're a cycling fan, over the cobbles. But alongside that is a magnificent velodrome which was built alongside the historic velodrome, so you can go along there, you can see the museum in Roubaix, you can walk into the velodrome itself, where you can just recall the victories of great riders like Fabien Cancellara and the like. And then the French now have got a base there where they can train young riders like this. Budat rides for a team called Vendée, which is one of the feeder teams for the pro teams in France. We go back a couple of years, and he was 10th in the Junior Omnium in Moscow in the Junior World Championships back in 2011. But he is winning everything in France. He's the French champion in the team pursuit, the points race, the Omnium. A big pro team is going to snap this young rider up, and it won't be long. Well, in a few moments' time, we're going to bring you the interview and the award ceremony for the men's Omnium. We'll follow that up with the women's sprint ceremony as well, before we take a look at the Omnium elimination, the last race of the night. Tomorrow, of course, we've got the final night of racing here in the Cali Velodrome. I hope you're going to be joining me for that. The chance to see the final medals of the 19 being awarded. So around the centre of the track there, we're just making sure that Thomas Budat is ready for his interview. So we've found him now alongside the podium. Let's hear from the new world champion, Thomas Budat.
Thomas, congratulations, you're a world champion.
Yeah, thank you. It's fantastic. It's my first medal and it's fantastic.
Tu y as cru jusqu'au bout?
J'y ai cru, ça a mal commencé, mais je me suis dit qu'il fallait faire avec et qu'il fallait prendre les épreuves les unes après les autres. C'est sûr que quand j'ai vu que j'avais 4 points d'avance après le scratch, j'ai eu une pression en moi, mais j'étais encore sous la pression parce que je savais que Team Welt allait très vite et il fallait pas qu'il aille trop vite non plus. Mais je me suis arraché vraiment jusqu'au bout et ça m'a permis de gagner.
4 médailles pour la France, 3 médailles d'or. Tu apportes la 3e, c'est quelque chose d'extraordinaire.
Ouais, c'est fantastique. On fait un super championnat. J'espère que demain, François pourra décocher une 3e médaille. Moi, je serai en liste à l'américaine. C'est pas encore fini.
Merci, bravo.
Lovely to hear from Thomas Boudat, his first Senior World Championship medal, and it's a gold one. Can't get much better than that. So we're moving on now to the ceremony as we see him crowned the world champion. Thomas Boudat has still got his track mitts on. He's going to get rid of those. He's literally only had a couple of minutes to recover. Now he's got to walk up the steps, but he's smiling away.
The medals and UCI World Champions jersey will be presented by a member of the management committee of the International Cycling Union, Mr. Peter Peterson.
Las medallas y camisetas de los ganadores.
So the medals are about to be presented for the men's Omnium. 2 days of competition, 6 individual disciplines.
Winner of the bronze medal representing Russia.
El ganador de la medalla de bronce representa a Rusia.
Viktor Manikov.
Viktor Manikov of Russia is the bronze medalist in the men's Omnium competition.
Winner of the silver medal representing the Netherlands.
El ganador de la medalla de plata representa a Holanda.
Tim Veld.
Tim Veld was a bronze medalist previously. Now he gets a silver medal. Really powered home in that time trial.
The UCI Track Cycling World Championships men's Omnium gold medalist and winner of the UCI World Champions jersey representing France.
El ganador de la medalla de oro, prueba Omnium hombres y ganador de la camiseta del Campeonato Mundial UCI representa a Francia.
Thomas Boudat.
Thomas Boudat is the winner of the gold medal. As he pulls on the rainbow bands as world champion. So often these young French riders don't race like that. They show a lot of promise, but such is the pressure in France that it doesn't always get fulfilled. But this young rider is hot property. He's the world champion of the Omnium and only 19 years of age.
Hernando Zuluaga.
Las flores son presentadas por el gerente de la Liga de Ciclismo del Valle del Cauca, licenciado Hernando Zuluaga.
And now we wait for the national anthem of France.
National anthem of France.
Damas y caballeros, con respeto escuchamos el himno nacional de Francia.
gentlemen, please acknowledge our medalists.
Con un aplauso reconozcamos a todos nuestros medallistas.
There's your podium then in the men's Omnium, Manikov, Welte and Thomas Buda of France. So before the rest of the action, we are going to, of course, bring you the victory ceremony for the women's sprints. And I know then many of you want to see the women's elimination race in the Omnium. So we're going to hear from Kristina Vogel in a few minutes' time as we look back on her career so far. She's only 23 years of age. Back in 2009, she had a terrible accident with a minibus when she collided with it, and she was put into an artificial coma for a few days afterwards. You'll notice a few scars on her after that. Terrible, terrible accident, but she's fought her way back. She is now the world champion. And now we're going to hear from a rider who is a bit of an inspiration to many.
Kristina, congratulations. We saw you so happy after the race.
Yeah, because it was a long and hard 2 days, and it feels so good that the work of the last year now paid, and to win the gold medal. It makes me so proud and so happy, and it is the moment when you just can thank you for all sponsors and my family and all the crowd here and the German team that support me and bring me the gold medal.
Back to the race, you looked irresistible against Zhong Tianshi.
Yeah, but it was really difficult for me. I was really nervous because everyone wanted that I win, and after the last World Cups, everyone accepted that I win, and it's hard to come in a tournament when you know everybody's aiming for you and everyone wants to beat you. And the second thing is that I don't know the Chinese girl because I never ride against them, and don't saw that the Chinese girls were in a good shape. So it is difficult to come in a tournament against the riders you don't know. And the other thing was that Anna Miras and Becky James are out in the quarterfinal. It was hard and say, what's happened now? What will happen with me? But hey, it pays. I think I make the ride today, and so it is, the gold medal.
3 goals. You're ready to be the athlete of this World Championship, don't you think so?
I just have to calm down today and to realize what's happened and to realize that I am won the gold medal and not the other girls. So today I'm free. Tomorrow I'm free, and go from heat to heat, and we'll see what will happen. Yeah.
That's a great performance for Germany as well.
Yeah, it is. It's a great year for us women as well, and hopefully tomorrow the boys, Stef and Buttischer, will also make the gold medal. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much.
Well, she's very chatty, isn't she? She gives you lots of insight as to how she's feeling. That is her 4th World Championship gold medal, but it's a very important one for her. It's the individual competition. She's won 3 gold medals in the team sprint. Now it's her individual gold in the sprint competition that she wanted, and now she's got. She's also, of course, the Olympic champion in the team sprint from London 2012. She was partnered with Miram Welte that you saw earlier on today at the end of the race, and she's also a European champion in the sprint that she won in 2013 in Apeldoorn. Any moment now then we're going to see the victory ceremony. And we can hear the fanfares in the background because here we are.
UCI Track Cycling World Championship Women's Sprint.
Damas y caballeros, la ceremonia de premiación, prueba velocidad damas del Campeonato Mundial de Ciclismo de Pista, UCI.
The medals and UCI World Champions jersey will be presented by the President of the International Cycling Union, Mr. Brian Cookson.
Las medallas y camisetas de ganadores del Campeonato Mundial serán entregados por el presidente de la Unión Ciclista Internacional, señor Brian Cookson.
Winner of the bronze medal representing China.
La ganadora de la medalla de bronce representa a
The bronze medal
China.
then goes to China. Junhong is the bronze medalist.
Winner of the silver medal representing China.
La ganadora de la medalla de plata representa a China.
Tianshi Zhong.
And the silver medal also goes to China, to Tianshi.
The UCI Track Cycling World Championships Women's Sprint gold medalist and winner of the UCI World Champion jersey representing Germany.
La ganadora de la medalla de oro en la prueba velocidad damas del Campeonato Mundial de Ciclismo en Pista UCI y ganadora de la camiseta de campeona representa a Alemania.
Kristina Vogel.
She's got a lot of fans in here. Kristina Vogel is the world champion. Well, she's never stood and pulled on the rainbow bands on her own. Now she's just going to savour every single moment. Just demonstrates from adversity you can come back and you can be on top of the world.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And now the national anthem of Germany.
Damas y caballeros, a continuación el himno nacional de Alemania.
Kristina Vogel, flanked by the two Chinese riders, Zhong and Junhong. So don't go away because we're going to bring you now the women's Omnium. I know there's many of you out there who've been messaging me on Twitter @AntMcCrossan and saying that you're looking forward to this Omnium elimination, which is coming up now. We can see the riders circling around the track. So we have already seen the riders taking part in the flying lap. This was Annette Edmondson, 14.027. Laura Trott racing up to the line in a time of 14.211. Edmondson very, very fast on the track in the flying lap. Sarah Hammer with a time there which put her into second place at the end of the flying lap. So Edmondson of Australia leading after the first discipline. Then we moved on to the points race. Sarah Hammer in the Stars and Stripes there at the front. Some fantastic attacking with 11 laps of racing to go. Hammer looking absolutely electric as she tried to pile on the points. At the end of the points race, Sarah Hammer took that with 25 points, which leaves the standings looking like this. Sarah Hammer is the leader of this Omnium with 3 points ahead of Laura Trott of Great Britain, the two riders who duelled it out in London 2012 for the eventual gold medal that went to Laura Trott. Hammer took second place. Sarah Hammer rides for the 2016 Pro Cycling team in the United States. So the elimination race, what happens here? Well, all that happens is the riders race around the track. Every few laps the riders are eliminated and we whittle it down to the last two riders on the track. You will see that the riders have an orange box on their handlebars, which flashes when they are, gives them a signal when they are out of the race. Always important to be really vigilant in the elimination. Riders are in this competition. Last year's medalists were Sarah Hammer of the United States. She's the defending world champion. And the riders have been recalled because one rider is still up there sitting at the top of the banquet. That is Katarzyna Pawlowska, the Polish rider, twice the world champion in the scratch race. I don't know why she's sitting at the top of the banking. She's about 10 meters from me right now. She's obviously decided just to stay there. Yeah, they went and she was just left sitting. Of ex-riders watching this evening who've been messaging me now and then, giving us a little bit of insights to some of the riders, thanks to people like Scott McGrory and Nicola Cranmer and other people who are giving me a few little bits of information, always helpful and always well received, so that we can bring you a better commentary, because so many people out there have got great insights as to some of these riders and what they're up to and where they're from, and get as much information as I possibly can, but always great to have a little bit of added stuff going on too. Right, so we're looking for the elimination now of the riders. So who is going to be out first? All the action happens at the back of the race. The bell will ring, and then riders will be eliminated each lap until we end up with two riders on the track. So at the back, we've got a little bit of a problem here for the rider from Mexico. She's got to find her way through, but on a 7-meter wide track, there's not much room. One rider eliminated at the bottom of the track, and that is going to be, I think, rider number 33 from the Ukraine, Gana Solove, the junior world champion of the individual time trial, and the European time trial champion. So she's out. That's not good news for her. She's down the standings in 14th. The bell goes again. You get the idea now, don't you? And it's number 19 who's in a little bit of trouble at the back of the string. This is Dao Xiaochuan of Hong Kong, China. And she is now eliminated. Didn't manage to squeeze her way through. 15 riders left. Sarah Hammer on the front, staying out of trouble. And the bell goes again. And the rider on the back who's in some difficulty is number 23, Sakura Tsukagoshi. Trying to find a way through. The Cuban rider's now in a little bit of difficulty. So the elimination is going on, and out of the group is, I'm not so sure on that one, rider number 10 there from Cuba, Marlies Macas. She's 9th overall, so she's out very, very early. At the back of the group then, number 23, again in a little bit of difficulty, Sakura Tsukagoshi of Japan. But she might be employing the tactic of stay on the back of the group, overtake a rider every lap, and then you'll be okay. I'm not so sure that time though. She was eliminated, so rider number 23, Sakura Tsukagoshi, is out of the race. 4 riders have gone, 13 riders left. So keep your eyes peeled. Sarah Hammer's in some trouble here. I don't know what's happened, but suddenly she's out the back of the group. So she's now got to go all the way around the outside. That was a little bit of a tactical mistake there, I think. I don't know what happened, but Hammer now is going round and she's having to fight her way through, hoping that no one overtakes her. And the Italian rider, Simona Frappotti, is out of the elimination race. 12 riders left. Frappotti is out of the race. On the back of the group now is the Russian rider, who's desperately trying to stay in, goes round the top of the track here to try and smooth her way alongside someone who is out. I'm not sure. Rider number 6 from Belarus has been eliminated that time, and that was Katarzyna Baranza. So she is out. That was very, very close. So the Belarusian drops out. The Russian rider is still at the back of the group. The bell goes again. Tamara Babalabina. Sarah Hammer is finding this elimination race a little bit difficult. She is the leader of this contest. She's having to sprint every lap here. Not sure who was eliminated that time. So the Slovakian rider, Elzbieta Pavlendova, is out that time. We're starting to get down to the critical part of this race. The bell goes again, and it is at the back, Pawlowska of Poland, the silver medalist in the scratch race in 2014 and twice a world champion. But at the back it is the French rider, Laurie Berton, who's having a few problems. So Pawlowska is now out. The Polish rider, the last rider across the line, Laurie Berton, somehow managed to get through there. Sarah Hammer is somehow holding on in here. She obviously is having a little bit of a struggle. Right on the back now is the rider from Russia. Again, Laurie Berton is the rider in the French kit at the back of the group. between these two, I think, this time. Laurie Burton looks down. Those legs are hurting. So Laurie Burton is eliminated. The junior European champion in the team sprint was third in the Omnium in Guadalajara in the World Cup. Obviously has felt the racing today. It has been tough. The points race was incredibly hard. 1 lap to go to the next elimination, and now the Russian rider is certainly in some trouble. Balabolina is now going to be out of the group. Seven riders left. 7 riders left in this race. Sarah Hammer is the leader of this Omnium. Laura Trott in second place. Jolien D'Or of Belgium is in third. Annette Edmondson is in fourth place. All important now. You can't make a mistake. Trott is riding constantly on the front. The Colombian rider in difficulty at the back. And I think it's going to be just eliminated. Gianni Salcedo is out of the group. 6 riders left. Hammer, Trott, D'Or, Edmondson, Laura Brown of Canada, and Leary Oliveira. This time Hammer is again in trouble. We've been saying that all the way through. Sarah Hammer suffering at the back of the group, and the Spanish rider is quite happy. Laura Trott now in some trouble at the bottom of the track. The camera swings away. It's between Trott and Hammer. This is going to be really, really close. Somehow Trott finds her way through. And whilst it looked like those two, Laura Brown is eliminated for Canada. The rider in 7th place. How did Laura Trott get through that gap? Somehow it opened in front of her. And whilst she was in trouble at the back, she then looked around and she was at the front of the race. She is a master at the elimination race. Laura Trott in the front, Nettie Edmondson at the front of the race. Laura Trott in third, Jolien D'Or also there. Oliveira, Hammer tries to go around the outside, and the Spanish rider is eliminated that time. So we are down to the top 4 in the race. Hammer, Trott, D'Or and Edmondson. It's all going to come down to the wire. Only 3 points separating Sarah Hammer and Laura Trott. A further 3 points to the Belgian rider. There in the picture, Jolien D'Or, Trott and Hammer. What magnificent races they've had between the two of them in the Omnium races. They are the two that go head-to-head all the time. Nettie Edmondson goes to the front again for Australia, trying to move some places up. Laura Trott's now in trouble. She's trying to get past. That's going to be, I'm not sure. Laura Trott is out of the elimination, and that's a surprise. She doesn't normally get eliminated in the elimination race. She's going to be a bit disgusted with herself, I think. Hammer has gone from struggling to being at the front of the race, and now she knows, as the leader of this Omnium overall, that she could put herself really out of sight of the rest of the riders. She finds some energy from somewhere. Annette Edmondson tries to go round and beat Hammer, but it looks to me like Annette Edmondson is out. So it's down to the last 2 riders on the track. Sarah Hammer of the United States of America, Jolien D'Or of Belgium. Hammer is now putting herself well into the lead in this Omnium competition. And I would have said about 10 laps ago, she was about to be out of this race, which is absolutely stunning from Sarah Hammer. Down to the last 2 riders, 1 lap to go. Jolien D'Or is in 3rd place. She is 6 points down on Sarah Hammer. Hammer accelerates. She is now going to leave Jolien D'Or behind. She races away, and it's going to be a win for Sarah Hammer. She struggled all the way through that race, but the tremendous power of Sarah Hammer means that she wins the elimination, and she now leads the Omnium. Laura Trott will lose a few more points on Sarah Hammer. So she's going to have to go away overnight and think her way through as to how she can come back tomorrow and try and take this Omnium title. But so far, it is going to go to the United States. Sarah Hammer, that is a stunning victory. Just shows you, you can be suffering, but you can still pull it out of the bag. There's the results then. Sarah Hammer wins, Jolien D'Or second, Edmondson of Australia in third, Laura Trott in fourth place, the Olympic champion. So that's the end of the fourth night of racing. But let's take a look at the Omnium standings at the end of the three events. I'm getting another three events tomorrow. These riders have got to recover. Sarah Hammer leads with 4 points. Laura Trott of Great Britain in second, 10 points to her, 6 points from the lead. Jolien D'Or in third place. And there's the rundown of the rest of the riders in this women's Omnium after 3 events. We've seen some great racing tonight, haven't we? We've seen the medals of Amy Cure, Kristina Vogel, and of course the young Frenchman. So here's the medal table. Germany and Australia are the leaders of this World Championship. France now move into third place, Great Britain in fourth, New Zealand in fifth, a great performance from them, and Colombia, the home nation, in sixth place. There's the run through of the rest of the countries. We're going to take a look now at the programme for tomorrow. What have we got in store for the last day of racing here in Cali? So we're going to bring you the racing tomorrow evening. It's a little bit earlier tomorrow, so make sure you set your clocks. Don't miss out on the racing we're going to bring you. A little bit earlier than it has been over the last few days. We're going to bring you the men's sprint. We're going to go right through to the end of that. The women's Omnium's the scratch race, and of course the time trial will bring you that too. And we have got keirins as well throughout the evening of racing. We will find out who wins the women's Omnium, and we finish things off with the men's Madison and the men's sprint. Here's some images then of the medalists of today. Amy Cure taking a gold medal to the delight of her fans and her team. All smiles for the young Australian. Kristina Vogel takes her first individual world title. And she is absolutely ecstatic at winning that. And we've also seen this young Frenchman take his first world title as well at only 19 years of age. So don't miss out on the action tomorrow. Join me again from Cali for the final day of the World Championships. From me, Anthony McCrossan, bye for now.